Good evening, and welcome back to Midnight Radio True Crime. I'm so glad you're here tonight. Wherever you are, lying in bed, driving through quiet streets, or watching the rain outside your window, thank you for choosing to spend this hour with us. I hope tonight's story helps you drift off gently, even as it sends a small chill down your spine. Let us know in the comments what city you're tuning in from tonight. And now, as the world slows down for the night, let's settle in and step quietly into a small lakeside town where one man's peaceful afternoon turned into something he can't forget. He still remembers her voice, her stillness, and the way the water rippled when she looked at him. Let's listen.
My name is Daniel. I'm 35 now, but this happened when I was 24, back in 2014. I've never really told it properly, maybe because every time I try, I start feeling like it wasn't real. But it was. I remember the sunlight, the smell of pine, the cool wind coming off the lake. I remember her. It was a Wednesday, mid-June, and I'd been driving north for work. I was in property inspection back then. I just finished up a morning job in a small town called Brimfield and had a couple hours to kill before the next site. The GPS showed a nearby lake, Lake Caro, and I figured I'd grab lunch by the water. The drive down there was quiet, just one narrow road cutting through forest. When I pulled into the clearing, there was barely anyone around. A few parked cars, a wooden dock, and that deep blue water, perfectly still. The kind of place you'd stop for a breath and forget the world for a bit. I took my sandwich down near the shore, sat on one of those big flat rocks, and just watched the lake. That's when I noticed her. She was sitting maybe 20 yards away, on another rock, close enough that I could see her outline reflected in the water. A woman maybe in her late 20s. She had long dark hair that reached the middle of her back and wore a pale yellow dress, light enough to flutter in the breeze. No shoes. Her feet were half in the water, making small ripples. At first, I didn't pay much attention, but after a while I realized she wasn't moving, just staring at the lake, not scrolling a phone, not reading, not even blinking much, just there. Eventually, I said something like, "Beautiful day, huh?" She turned her head slightly, almost as if she'd heard me from underwater, and smiled. "It is," she said. Her voice was soft, almost too calm, like it didn't belong to the moment. We talked a bit, small things. She said her name was Elena. I told her I was just passing through. She said she'd grown up here, that she came to the lake often when she needed to think. After a few minutes, I realized something strange. She wasn't making eye contact. Not really. Her eyes kept drifting back to the water. And when I asked if she lived nearby, she said, "Not anymore." I asked what she meant, but she just smiled again, faintly, politely. "It's quieter here," she said. "You can hear people better when they're not around." I didn't know what that meant. I laughed awkwardly, tried to change the subject. She asked about my job, what kind of houses I saw. She seemed genuinely curious, but every few seconds, her gaze would slide away, fixed on the lake's surface, as if waiting for something. The sky darkened a little, clouds moving in. I checked my watch. I'd been sitting there nearly 40 minutes. When I looked back, she was staring at me now, not smiling, just watching. "You should be careful on that road," she said suddenly. "What road?" "The one you came in on, near the bend with the guardrail." I frowned. "Yeah, that's the only one. There was an accident there yesterday," she said. "Someone didn't make it. That threw me off a bit. I hadn't seen any signs, no wrecks, nothing." "Oh, that's terrible," I said. She nodded slowly. It was. The wind picked up, carrying the scent of rain. I packed up my sandwich wrapper and turned back toward her, but she was standing now, brushing sand off her dress. "You're leaving already?" I asked. She didn't answer. She just looked out across the lake and said, "It doesn't keep secrets well, you know? The lake." And then she started walking toward the tree-line, barefoot, still calm, vanishing between the pines like she'd been part of them all along. I remember sitting there, confused, unsettled, unsure why I suddenly felt like I shouldn't follow. Something about the stillness after she left. It was too quiet. By the time I got back to the car, Rain had started falling in slow, heavy drops. My phone buzzed with a message from my boss asking where I was. I texted back, on the way to the next site. But when I looked back at the lake through the rain, I noticed something strange. Her reflection was still there. Faint, rippling, but there. I told myself it was a trick of the water, a shimmer, a shadow. I drove away, and that would have been the end of it if I hadn't seen her again that evening, standing by the road she warned me about. I saw her again around 7 that evening. It had been raining on and off for hours, the kind that never fully pours but never really stops either. Just a steady mist that makes the whole world feel blurred. I'd finished my last inspection job for the day, a small 2-bedroom cottage outside town, and was driving back toward the highway. My mind kept drifting to the woman from the lake. Elena. I wasn't even sure why she stuck with me. There was nothing obviously strange about her. She didn't look out of place. She didn't act dangerous. But something about that conversation, about how she said the lake doesn't keep secrets, had settled under my skin. The wipers squeaked back and forth as I rounded a bend through the trees, the same bend she'd mentioned earlier. The one near the guardrail, she'd said. And I remember thinking, why did she know that detail so specifically? The road narrowed ahead, twisting slightly downhill. On one side, a wall of pines. On the other, a steep drop to the water below. The guardrail ran along the edge like a dull silver snake, slick with rain. That's when my headlights caught something. A pale figure by the roadside. I slowed instinctively. It was her. Elena stood just beyond the guardrail, motionless, her dress soaked and clinging to her. She wasn't looking at me, though. Her head was turned toward the water, the same way she'd stared at the lake earlier that day. My first thought was that she might be hurt or lost. I pulled over a few yards ahead, rolled down the window, and called out, "Hey, you okay?" She didn't react. I hesitated, then got out, pulling my jacket tight against the rain. The gravel crunched under my boots as I walked toward her. "Elena," I said. She turned her head slowly, her eyes finding me through the mist. They were calm, just like before, almost too calm. "You shouldn't stop here," she said. I blinked. "What are you doing out here? You need a ride." She shook her head faintly. "Someone else will need it more." I was about to ask what she meant when I noticed the guardrail beside her. The metal was bent inward, a dark skid mark running down from the road's curve. At the bottom, through the trees, I could just make out something metallic reflecting faintly in the water below. A car, upside down. I felt my stomach drop. Oh my God! I turned to look at her again. But she wasn't there. I swear she was standing there not 3 seconds earlier, clear as day. I spun around, scanning the road, the trees, nothing. Just the sound of the rain and my own heartbeat pounding in my ears. I took a step toward the guardrail, trying to peer down. The slope was steep, muddy. I pulled out my phone and turned on the flashlight. The beam caught a shimmer. Broken glass, torn metal, the faint outline of a license plate half submerged. I called 911 immediately. The dispatcher's voice was calm but brisk. "Yes, I'm near Lake Caro. There's been an accident. A car's off the road." She asked for landmarks, and I did my best to explain. Within minutes, I saw flashing lights through the rain behind me. First a patrol car, then an ambulance. 2 officers stepped out. One was a middle-aged man with a thick gray mustache. The other looked younger, maybe mid-20s. The older one asked, "You the caller?" "Yeah, I just saw it. The car down there." He nodded. "All right, stay put." They went down the slope with flashlights. I stood by the road, shivering. The rain had started to ease, but the smell of wet earth was heavy, metallic. A few minutes later, I saw them stop, shine lights on something, then call the paramedics down. One of them shouted, "Single occupant, female, late 20s. The younger officer climbed back up, his boots caked in mud. "You said you just found it?" "Yeah," I said. "I was driving by. I saw a woman standing here, and..." He frowned. "A woman?" "Yeah, she was right here by the guardrail. Dark hair, yellow dress." He stared at me for a long moment. Then he exhaled and looked toward the wreck. "Sir, The victim down there is a woman, dark hair, wearing a yellow dress. For a moment I couldn't speak. The air felt thick in my throat. No, I said finally. That's not possible. She was just here. I talked to her. I swear she was standing right. He held up a hand gently. Let's just take a breath, all right? Behind him, the medics were lifting something onto a stretcher. Even from where I stood, I could see it. Pale fabric, soaked through. Yellow. The younger officer glanced back, then lowered his voice. That crash happened yesterday, he said. We've been looking for the car since morning. Rain started again, harder this time, drumming against the asphalt. I felt frozen, caught between disbelief and something else. Not fear, exactly, but a deep, crawling unease. The older officer called the younger one down to help, leaving me by the road. My hands trembled as I reached for the car door. Through the windshield, I could still see the reflection of the lake below, dark and endless. I told myself it couldn't be real, that maybe I'd imagined her standing there. Maybe my brain filled in something I'd read, or maybe I'd seen someone else earlier and confused it. That's what I told myself. But as I started the engine and pulled back onto the road, my headlights caught the guardrail one last time. There was something written there, faint, drawn through the layer of wet dust with a fingertip. For words. I tried to warn you. I didn't sleep that night. I checked into a small roadside motel about 20 miles out. One of those places with humming vending machines and a single clerk who barely looks up when you walk in. The sheets smelled faintly of bleach and damp air conditioning. I turned off the lights, lay down, and stared at the ceiling until morning. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw her standing by that guardrail. Soaked, still, her face half in shadow. And then the words. I tried to warn you. Around 5 a.m., I gave up on sleep. The rain had stopped, and the early light outside was the kind that feels hollow, gray and directionless. I made coffee, sat on the edge of the bed, and scrolled through my phone. No news, no updates, no mention of a crash at Lake Caro. I checked again an hour later. Still nothing. No local woman found dead. No roadside tragedy. Nothing. That didn't make sense. I'd seen the wreck, seen the paramedics pulling someone out. They'd said it happened yesterday. But if that were true, how had I spoken to her after that? I told myself maybe it was a coincidence. Maybe there were two women, two yellow dresses. Maybe my brain was connecting things that didn't belong together. But the image of her reflection in the lake, the stillness of it, wouldn't leave me. By 8, I was already back in the car, heading toward Brimfield. I told myself it was just curiosity, closure. But deep down, I knew I wanted to see if she was still there. The road was drier now, leaves glistening under the morning sun. I passed the gas station, the old diner, the empty stretch of forest, until the sign for Lake Caro appeared again. The parking lot by the lake was almost empty, just one other car, an old silver Corolla with faded plates. I parked near the same rock where I'd eaten lunch the day before. The water was calm again, like glass. No one there. I walked down to the edge, feeling the damp soil under my shoes. For a while, I just stood there, watching the surface shift gently in the breeze. Then I saw it on the rock where she'd been sitting. A pair of footprints, bare, faint, but fresh. I knelt down. The sand around the rock was still slightly wet, as if someone had been there that morning. But there were no other signs, no shoes, no bag, nothing. Hello, I called out, my voice echoing softly across the lake. Elena. Nothing but birds. I walked along the waterline for a while, trying to trace the footprints, but they disappeared into the grass. That's when I noticed something floating near the dock, a small object bobbing just under the surface. I crouched, reached in, and pulled it out. It was a locket, gold-colored, worn, cold to the touch. The clasp was rusted shut. My heart thudded as I turned it over. On the back, faint but readable, were 2 engraved letters, E-H. I slipped it into my pocket and stood up, scanning the lake again. The wind picked up slightly, pushing ripples toward shore. I felt suddenly watched, not from the water, but from the trees behind me. A man was standing there, middle-aged, heavy-set, wearing a sheriff's department jacket. He must have walked down from the road above, because I hadn't heard a car. "You the guy who called it in last night?" he asked. "Yeah," I said. "They told me someone died?" He nodded slowly. "Local woman. Elena Hayes, 28. The name hit me like a punch. "Hayes," I repeated. "That's her last name?" "Was," he said. He took off his hat, rubbed the back of his neck. "Poor thing went off the curve sometime late Tuesday night. No seat bel. Water filled up fast. We pulled her out yesterday morning." I stared at him. "Yesterday morning? Are you sure?" He frowned. "That's what I said." I hesitated. "But I talked to her yesterday afternoon. She was right here." The sheriff looked at me for a long moment, his eyes narrowing slightly. "You sure about that?" "Yes," I said firmly. "I sat with her. We talked for almost an hour. She told me she used to come here to think." He sighed quietly. "Son, maybe you saw someone who looked like her, but she's been dead for at least a day before you called it in." I reached into my pocket, pulled out the locket. "She dropped this, or left it." He took it from my hand, turned it over, and nodded slowly. "Yeah," he murmured. "That's hers. We found the same photo inside her car." I felt dizzy. "Then how?" He held up a hand. "Look, I don't know what you saw, but sometimes when people go through something shocking, their mind fills in the blanks. You found the wreck. That's enough to shake anyone." I wanted to argue, but I couldn't find the words. The sheriff pocketed the locket, thanked me for calling it in, and started back toward the road. Before he disappeared up the hill, he turned back. "You should head home, son. Nothing good comes from staying around here." I watched him go, his footsteps crunching through the gravel. I stayed by the lake a few minutes longer, staring at the spot where she'd sat, where her footprints still pressed into the damp sand. Then something moved beneath the surface, a dark shape gliding just below the reflection of the trees. I took a step closer. It wasn't a fish. It was the outline of a hand, rising slowly from the water before sinking again into the depths. When the ripples faded, something else floated up. A small strip of yellow fabric, torn clean at the edge, drifting toward me like a whisper. I didn't pick up the fabric. Something about it felt wrong. It drifted toward me, lazy and soft, the edge brushing against the rock where her footprints still pressed into the sand. The moment it touched the shore, the air felt heavier. Not colder, just denser, like the whole lake was holding its breath. I stepped back. I don't really remember getting into the car, just the sound of gravel spinning under the tires as I pulled away from Lake Caro. My hands were shaking on the steering wheel. I didn't even know where I was going. I just followed the signs toward the center of Brimfield. By the time I reached town, it was just past 9. The streets were quiet, the kind of small-town morning that feels frozen in time. A coffee shop, a hardware store, a faded banner advertising the annual Lake Days Festival, already curling at the corners. I parked near a row of old brick buildings, right in front of the sheriff's office, a narrow, 2-story structure that looked more like a converted post office than a police station. Inside, it smelled faintly of coffee and copier ink. A bell jingled when I stepped in. The same sheriff from the lake was standing behind the counter, talking to a woman in a floral blouse. When he saw me, his expression tightened slightly. "You again," he said. "You didn't take my advice to head home, did you?" I shook my head. I can't stop thinking about it. About her. About what I saw. The woman glanced between us, curious, but he gestured for her to give us a minute. Once she stepped out, he sighed and motioned toward a chair. "All right, sit. What is it you think you saw?" I sat, hands clasped. "I told you, I met her before the crash site, yesterday afternoon. She said her name was Elena. She talked about the lake. She said it doesn't keep secrets." He looked at me carefully, chewing on the end of a pen. "You said she told you that yesterday afternoon?" "Yes." He set the pen down. "Then I'm going to tell you something that's probably going to stick with you. The last confirmed sighting of Elena Hayes was Monday evening. At a diner about 3 miles north of here. Waitress said she came in alone, ordered coffee, stayed maybe 20 minutes. After that, nothing. No credit card use, no calls, no text records. The wreck must have happened late that night. I felt my pulse in my ears. But she couldn't have been dead. She was talking to me, laughing, breathing. He leaned forward slightly, voice quiet. Daniel, grief and trauma can do strange things to a person's mind, even if the loss isn't your own. You found the car, you saw the body. That's enough to make anyone start second-guessing what they saw before. I wanted to believe him. I really did. But every time I closed my eyes, I saw her reflection on that lake, as solid and human as I was. Did she have anyone? I asked finally. Family? Friends? He nodded. A brother. Lives in town. Works over at the auto shop near the highway. Name's Marcus Hayes. Can I talk to him? He looked skeptical. Not sure that's a good idea. I just need to ask him something, I said. Please. After a moment, he sighed. Fine, but you be respectful. He's had a hell of a few days. He scribbled an address on a notepad, tore the page, and handed it to me. That's the shop. Don't stir up trouble. I thanked him and left. The auto shop was on the edge of town. A squat metal building with 2 service bays and a flickering open sign. The air smelled of oil and rain-soaked concrete. Inside, a man in his 30s was leaning over an engine, wiping grease from his hands. Marcus Hayes. I asked. He looked up, wary. Yeah, who's asking? My name's Daniel. I think I met your sister. He froze for a second, then set the rag down slowly. You think you met her? I nodded. At the lake. Yesterday. He stared at me, trying to decide if I was joking. That's not possible. I know how it sounds, I said quickly. But she talked to me. She said she used to come there to think. She told me to be careful on the road near the guardrail. Marcus's expression shifted. Not anger, but something closer to fear. She said that to you? Yes. He turned away, rubbed the back of his neck. You're not the first person. That stopped me cold. What do you mean? He didn't answer at first. He walked to the back of the shop, rummaged through a small drawer, and pulled out a folded piece of paper. He handed it to me. It was a newspaper clipping, yellowed and creased. Local woman killed in Lake Caro accident, 2011. I scanned the text. The victim's name wasn't Elena. It was Samantha Kearns, 29. The photo showed a woman with light hair and a gentle smile. Underneath, a line read, "Witness claims to have spoken with the victim hours after the crash was believed to occur." I looked up at Marcus, confused. That's not my sister, he said. But that road? That lake? This isn't the first time someone's seen something that shouldn't be there. I swallowed hard. You think the stories are true? He gave a bitter laugh. I think that lake doesn't let go of people easy. He looked at me again, more carefully this time. You said she told you it doesn't keep secrets? Yes. He nodded slowly. Then maybe she was trying to tell you one. Before I could ask what he meant, a low rumble echoed from outside, thunder rolling in the distance. The light flickered. Marcus turned toward the window. Storm's coming. You should go. I hesitated, wanting to press for more, but his face had closed off again, jaw tight. So I left. Outside, the sky had gone dark, clouds thick and bruised. The air smelled of ozone. I started toward the car, and that's when I saw it. Across the street, half hidden behind the rain-streaked glass of a bus stop shelter, stood a woman in a pale yellow dress. She wasn't moving, just watching. For a moment, I thought the rain was playing tricks on me. She was standing across the street, perfectly still beneath the shelter, her hair dark and slick against her face, her dress clinging in folds to her knees. Even through the curtain of rain, I knew it was her. Elena. The street was nearly empty. A single pickup truck drove past, its headlights flashing through the mist, and when they caught her face, she didn't blink. She just stood there, watching me. I didn't think. I just started moving. The puddles soaked my shoes as I crossed the street. My jacket pulled tight against the wind. Cars hissed by on wet asphalt, their reflections flickering across her face. But as I got closer, something strange happened. The air felt warmer, thick, like walking into a fog that pressed back. She was maybe 10 feet away when she finally spoke. "You went back," she said softly. Her voice was exactly as I remembered, calm, gentle, but too steady, like it carried no breath. "Yes," I said. "I had to know who you were. I had to understand." Her eyes flicked to the ground, then back up. Understanding isn't the same as listening. I didn't know what that meant. "What do you want from me?" She tilted her head slightly, as if considering. "You were supposed to leave." The rain was falling harder now, drumming against the metal roof of the shelter. Her hair hung wet over her shoulders, her skin pale under the gray light. "Elena," I said quietly, "they said you died, that the crash happened before I ever met you." She looked past me, toward the horizon. "People always try to put time in order, but the lake doesn't work like that." My heart was hammering. "What happened to you? Why did you warn me?" For the first time, her expression changed. Not sadness exactly, but something close. "Because someone's going to die on that road again. Today." "Isterte here." "What are you talking about?" She didn't answer. She stepped back slightly, and for a second I thought she was going to walk away again, into the sheets of rain. But she didn't move. She just looked past my shoulder. I turned around. Across the street, the door of the auto shop had opened. Marcus was standing there, one hand shielding his eyes from the rain. He was looking straight at me, or maybe past me. When I turned back toward the shelter, Elena was gone. My pulse roared in my ears. The space she'd been standing in was empty except for a puddle, faint ripples spreading outward as if someone had just stepped through it. Marcus jogged across the street, shouting over the rain. "Hey, you all right?" I nodded, though my voice felt stuck somewhere behind my ribs. "You look like you've seen a ghost," he said. He hesitated. I saw her again. She was right there. He glanced at the empty shelter, jaw tightening. "You sure?" "Yes." He looked at the puddle, then at me. His voice dropped. "You remember I told you she said something about secrets?" I nodded. "She had this thing about that road," said the town was covering something up. "The curve where she crashed, it's not the first accident there. It's the third in 10 years. All single car, all at night, all women driving alone." I frowned. "You think that's a coincidence?" He shook his head. "I think it's a pattern no one wants to talk about." Thunder cracked, echoing over the rooftops. Marcus leaned closer. "You said she warned you about the road, right?" "Yes." "Then maybe she wasn't talking about herself." Before I could ask what he meant, a loud noise cut through the air, the screech of tires on wet pavement, followed by a sharp metallic crunch. Came from somewhere up the hill toward the bend. Marcus's head snapped up. "That's the highway," he said. We both ran. Rain pounded against us as we sprinted up the road, our shoes slipping on the slick asphalt. The sound of sirens was already rising in the distance, faint, far off. My lungs burned, but I didn't stop. As we neared the curve, I saw it, the guardrail, twisted and shining in the headlights of a car half hanging over the edge. Steam poured from the crumpled hood. Marcus shouted, "Call it in!" But I was already dialing 911. My voice shook as I gave the dispatcher the location. When I hung up, I turned toward the wreck. Through the cracked windshield, I could just make out a shape inside. A woman, her head slumped forward, motionless. The same stretch of road, the same angle, the same silence. Marcus climbed onto the guardrail, shouting her name, but I couldn't hear him anymore. My attention was drawn to the reflection in the rain pooling beneath the car. In the rippled surface, I could see Elena, standing just beyond the wreck, her yellow dress impossibly dry. She looked up at me one last time and whispered something I could almost hear over the rain. It sounded like, "You're next." The sirens reached us 5 minutes later. Red and blue lights pulsed through the mist, flashing across the wet trees, the bent guardrail, and Marcus's pale face. He kept pacing back and forth, muttering, "Same spot, same damn spot." I stood still, my clothes plastered to my skin, watching the paramedics work. The woman in the car, she couldn't have been older than 30. Brown hair, a necklace shaped like a tiny silver bird, her phone still clutched in one hand. The paramedics pulled her out slowly. One of them shook his head. Marcus swore under his breath and turned away. I wanted to go closer, but something in me froze. It wasn't just the body. It was what was lying beside it. A yellow fabric, caught on a piece of broken glass, fluttering in the rain. Piece of a dress. I must have gone pale because Marcus stepped up beside me. "Hey, Daniel, you okay?" I couldn't answer. My mind was caught between that woman on the ground and Elena's words echoing in my head. Someone's going to die on that road again. Today. I knelt down, staring at the fabric. It wasn't the same yellow. Hers had been softer, sun-worn. But the way it tore, the texture, even the stitching near the hem, it was identical. A hand touched my shoulder. One of the officers, his voice firm but not unkind. "Sir, we're going to need a statement." Marcus answered for both of us. "He's in shock, officer. We saw it happen." The car lost control on the curve. The officer nodded. "We've had 2 other accidents here, always the same bend. But this," he paused, glancing toward the guardrail. "This one feels different." I finally found my voice. "Different how?" He looked at me. "She wasn't alone." I blinked. "What?" He motioned toward the car. Passenger seat, empty now. Seatbelt undone. Someone else was here before we arrived. Marcus frowned. "You think they ran?" "Maybe. Or maybe they were picked up. But whoever they were, they left this behind." He held up a soaked photo in a plastic evidence bag. It was bent, waterlogged, but I recognized it immediately. It was me, standing beside the lake, smiling, wearing the same jacket I had on now. The date in the corner said May 23rd, 2 days from now. My stomach turned to ice. "That's not possible," I whispered. "That picture, it doesn't exist." The officer studied me carefully. "You're saying you've never seen this photo before?" "I'm saying it hasn't been taken yet." Marcus looked between us, his brow furrowing. "Daniel, what are you talking about?" I didn't answer. I just stared at the photo as the rain ran down the plastic, distorting my face. The officer sighed, slid the photo into an evidence folder, and nodded toward the patrol car. "We'll be in touch for your statement. Don't leave town tonight." When they left, the flashing lights disappeared down the road, swallowed by the mist. Only the sound of rain and the distant hum of the highway remained. Marcus lit a cigarette, his hands shaking slightly. "You need to tell me what's going on. You look like you've seen yourself in a coffin." I laughed. A broken, nervous sound. "Maybe I have." He exhaled smoke into the wet air. "This Elena thing, you think she's connected?" "She has to be," I said. "She warned me this would happen. She said it wasn't over." "Then who was that woman?" "I don't know." We stood there for a long time, just listening to the rain. Eventually, Marcus said quietly, "Come on, let's get out of here before the cops start thinking we know more than we do." We drove back into town in silence. The wipers creaked back and forth, the heater blowing damp air that smelled faintly of metal. Halfway down the road, Marcus spoke again. "That photo, it could have been doctored. Maybe someone's messing with you." "Maybe," I said, though I didn't believe it. When I finally got home, I hung my soaked jacket on the chair and turned on the light. My living room looked normal, too normal. The framed photo of my parents still on the shelf, the same coffee mug on the table. But something was wrong. There was a faint smell, something floral and faintly metallic. Lavender, Elena's perfume. I walked slowly toward the window. Raindrops were streaking down the glass, and for a second, when the lightning flashed, I saw it again, a reflection. Not mine. A woman's outline standing just behind me. When I turned around, the room was empty, but on the table next to the mug was my phone. The screen was on. A new photo had appeared in my gallery, time-stamped May 23rd. It was me, standing by the lake. Same pose, same smile, same yellow dress behind me. I didn't sleep that night. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that picture again. Me standing by the lake, Elena's yellow dress behind me like a shadow caught mid-breath. The timestamp read May 23rd, 10:41 a.m. It was only May 21st. I sat at the kitchen table long after the rain stopped, phone screen lighting my face, the house silent except for the ticking of the clock. There had to be an explanation. There always is. Files can glitch, timestamps can get corrupted. That's what I told myself as I opened the photo's metadata. Details, file origin, camera type. Except it didn't say unknown. It said, captured with Pixel 7 owner. Daniel R. My own phone. My own device. The location tag chilled me more than the image itself. Lake Darren Overlook, 43.200 N, dash 87.511W. The exact same spot where I'd first met her. I just sat there for a long time, staring at that line of coordinates, feeling like I was being pulled toward it. I thought about deleting the photo, pretending it didn't exist. But I didn't. Instead, I plugged the phone into my laptop, saved a copy, and started packing a bag. By dawn, I was on the road again. The storm had passed. Mist hung low over the hills, and the world felt washed clean, almost gentle. But every bend, every tree, every mile marker carried a weight, like the landscape itself was watching. As I got closer to Lake Darren, the radio cut out. Just static. It had done that the first time, too. The road narrowed into cracked pavement lined with weeds. I parked where it ended, near the overlook. The lake stretched below, still and gray, its surface smooth as glass. I stepped out. The air smelled of wet earth and pine needles. Standing there, I could almost see it, the way it had been that day. Elena leaning on the railing, her hair blowing in the wind. That soft laugh that didn't seem to belong to anyone in particular. I took my phone from my pocket. The GPS flickered, no signal. But the time still read 10:35 a.m. 6 minutes until the photo was supposed to exist. For the first time, I realized what I was doing. Standing alone in the woods, waiting for a photograph that hadn't been taken yet. Then, from behind me, the faint crunch of gravel. I turned. Marcus's old sedan pulled up on the roadside, headlights dim. He stepped out, looking exhausted. "You're here early," he said. I tried to smile. Couldn't stay away. He looked around. "You shouldn't be here, man. The cops are already asking questions. They think that crash wasn't an accident." I froze. "What do you mean?" He rubbed his face. "They found brake fluid on the road. Someone tampered with her car before she drove off. It wasn't just bad luck. It was staged." My mind raced. "But who?" Marcus shrugged. "That's what they're trying to figure out. And you showing up in the photos of the victim's phone isn't helping your case." I blinked. "What?" He frowned. "They didn't tell you?" I shook my head slowly. Marcus took a step closer. "That woman from last night, the one who died? They found your number saved under E. They thought it was Elena, but the text thread, it's from your phone." I felt dizzy. "That's impossible. I never." He held up a hand. "Look, I don't know what's going on, but you need to be careful. Someone's playing with you, and it's working." I checked my phone again. 10:40 a.m. The seconds ticked forward. Marcus's voice faded under the sound of wind in the trees. I turned back toward the lake. The water shimmered under the pale light. And then, for just a heartbeat, I saw her. Elena, standing at the edge of the overlook, exactly where she'd been the first time. My phone vibrated. I looked down. New photo added to gallery. My hands went cold. I opened it. Same image. Same timestamp. Only this time, there was something different. A second reflection in the water beside me. Marcus. And just beyond him, another figure, half hidden in the trees. I looked up sharply. No one there. But Marcus was staring at me now, his face unreadable. "You saw her, didn't you?" he asked quietly. "Yes." He took a step closer. "Then maybe it's time you tell me the truth." I frowned. "About what?" He reached into his coat pocket, pulled something out, and tossed it onto the hood of my car. A photograph. Old, creased, water-stained, but unmistakable. Me and Elena, standing together, smiling, the same yellow dress, the same lake, only the date on the back wasn't May. It was October 2022, almost a year before she died. I stood there staring at the photo, rainwater dripping from the brim of my jacket onto the faded image. It was me. There was no doubt. Same smile, same scar on my chin, same jacket I was wearing right now. Elena stood beside me, her hand resting lightly on my shoulder. She looked alive, radiant even, as if the lake behind us had caught its reflection in her eyes. But the date, October 2022, that was 7 months before I supposedly met her for the first time. My voice came out low, almost a whisper. Where did you get this? Marcus looked uneasy. It was in her file. What file? He hesitated. After the crash, the sheriff's office kept a record photos, witness notes, background checks. I still have access to some of it from when I worked there. I blinked. You used to work at the sheriff's office? He nodded once. Maintenance. But I saw the reports. You were mentioned, Daniel. Not by name at first, just as the man at the lake. They didn't have a photo of you then. But I found this one mixed in with her personal effects when they boxed her things. The thing is, your name wasn't in any official system afterward. No license record, no employment history, nothing that connected you to her. I stared at him. What are you saying? He sighed. I'm saying either someone wiped that connection clean, or you did. The words hit like ice water. You think I erased myself? I think someone didn't want you remembering her. We stood there in silence, the wind shifting the mist over the lake. My reflection rippled across the water, but it didn't feel like mine anymore. I took the photo back, turned it over in my hands. The ink on the date had bled slightly, October 14th, 22, and beneath it, faint pencil markings. D+E, keep this safe. A chill moved through me. She wrote this, I murmured. Marcus lit another cigarette, his voice calm but firm. There's something else you need to see. He opened his glove compartment, pulled out a small black flash drive. This was in her old car, taped under the seat. I shouldn't have it, but here. I hesitated, staring at it. You think it's connected? He nodded. There was a note with it. It said, if anything happens to me, he'll come back here. I looked at him sharply. She meant me? Marcus met my eyes. You tell me. We drove back to my house in silence. The road wound through fog, the faint hum of the engine the only sound between us. When we arrived, I plugged the flash drive into my laptop. For a long moment, nothing happened. Then a single folder appeared. /Darren_recordings/. Inside were 3 audio files, all named by date. The most recent, 10-13-22 MP3. I clicked play. Static filled the room. Then a woman's voice, Elena's. If you're hearing this, something's gone wrong. The man I've been seeing, Daniel, he's not who he thinks he is. I don't know if it's him or something that was done to him, but he forgets. Whole pieces of time. He comes back here and doesn't remember being here. He looks at me like we're meeting for the first time. Every single time. My blood ran cold. Her voice trembled slightly, but she kept speaking. He told me once he worked for the city surveyor or something, but I checked. There's no record, no address, no tax ID, nothing. It's like he appeared one day out of nowhere. I thought it was a joke at first, but last week, I followed him. The audio glitched. Then softly, he met with someone at the overlook, a man in a gray coat. They were talking about the road, about covering up the accidents. And then Daniel looked right at me from across the lake, like he could feel I was there. But the way he looked, it wasn't him. It wasn't the man I knew. The file ended. Marcus turned to me slowly. What the hell is this? I couldn't speak. My throat had closed up. I replayed her words in my head. He's not who he thinks he is. I reached for the next file, 10-12-22 at MP3. Another recording. Her voice again, more frantic. Daniel came by the shop today. He didn't remember the last time we spoke. When I asked about the man in the gray coat, he said he'd never met him. But I saw them, Marcus. I saw them. I think they're hiding something under the lake. Static swallowed the last few seconds. I closed the laptop slowly. Marcus's cigarette burned down to a tiny orange ember. You want to tell me what's going on? I shook my head. I don't know anymore. He leaned back, exhaling. Well, if she thought something was buried under the lake, there's only one way to find out. He met my eyes. We go there. Tonight. The clock on the wall ticked 9:17 p.m. Outside, the fog thickened again, rolling in from the trees. I looked down at the flash drive still warm in my hand, then back at him. Something deep in my chest whispered that going back there was a mistake, that whatever was waiting in those waters wasn't meant to be found. But I nodded anyway. All right, I said quietly. Let's go. By the time we got back to Lake Darren, the fog had turned thick as smoke. The moon hung pale above it, faint and blurred, throwing a cold light over the water. We parked a few yards from the overlook. The air was sharp and wet, the kind of cold that made you aware of every breath. Marcus killed the engine, and the silence that followed was absolute. No wind, no fracks, no sound at all except the slow drip of water from the trees. He flicked on a flashlight. The beam cut a narrow path through the fog. You sure about this? He asked. No, I said, but I have to know. We made our way down the narrow path that led to the lakeshore, our boots sinking into the soft mud. The mist clung to everything, to our clothes, our hair, our skin. It felt almost alive. The lake looked endless at night. The surface was still, like a mirror that didn't reflect right. You could see faint ripples where the reeds met the waterline, but nothing else. Marcus scanned the area with the flashlight. She said something was buried under here, right? I nodded, pulling a folded map from my jacket pocket. One-eyed printed from an old survey site. This whole area used to be a town, I said. Darren Creek Village, flooded out back in the 60s to make the reservoir. He frowned. You're saying there's still stuff down there? Foundations, maybe. Roads. There's supposed to be a bridge that got submerged too. He crouched beside the water, shining the light across its surface. You ever wonder why they never drained it after the accidents? I didn't answer. Something was stirring in the back of my mind. Half-formed memories, faces I couldn't name, a sound like static underwater. I knelt beside him. The lake smelled of algae and rust. There was a soft clinking sound nearby, like metal brushing stone. Do you hear that? I asked. Marcus nodded slowly. Yeah, it's coming from the dock. We followed the noise until the flashlight caught on a small wooden jetty jutting out into the water. At the end of it was something shiny. A chain looped around a post, leading into the lake. Marcus crouched and tugged it. It didn't budge. Feels heavy. I helped him pull. The chain groaned and shifted, and something dark began to rise through the water. A black plastic tarp, wrapped tightly around what looked like a metal box. The smell hit first. Mud, rust, and something sour underneath. We dragged it onto the dock. Marcus's hands were shaking. Jesus, what the hell is this? The padlock was old but brittle. One good hit with the flashlight broke it open. Inside, wrapped in layers of soaked cloth, were stacks of paper. Old blueprints, handwritten notes, and a manila folder marked Project Darren. Maint. Records. Confidential. Marcus whistled softly. Maintenance records. My old department. I unfolded one of the sheets. It was a structural diagram of the dam, with red markings along one section labeled Water Flow Diversion / Test Site B. And underneath, scrawled in faded ink, Cover-up effective. Witness list, terminated / relocated. I turned the page and froze. There was a photograph attached, an aerial shot of the lake before it was flooded. For people stood near the waterline, facing the camera. Marcus, Elena, the man in the gray coat, and me. Only the date stamped on the corner wasn't 2022. It was 1997. The world seemed to tilt sideways. This isn't possible, I said. Marcus was staring too, his face pale. That's me. But I wasn't even born in 97. The fog thickened around us. My head buzzed with static, flashes of memory that didn't belong. Me standing by the water, Elena's hand in mine, a drilling machine behind us, the hum of generators. Marcus's voice sounded far away. Daniel, what do you remember? I pressed my hands against my temples. I don't know. I keep seeing things, her voice, that lake, something buried in the foundation. We were here before. We built something. What? I don't know. Lightning flashed in the distance, a white vein splitting the clouds. The thunder came a moment later, rolling low and heavy. Then Marcus's flashlight flickered and went out. For a second, everything was black. When the beam came back, Marcus was gone. Marcus, I called. No answer. The fog shifted. Ripples spread across the surface of the lake. I stepped closer to the water, the beam trembling in my hand. And then I saw it, a face breaking the surface. Not Elena's. Mine, eyes open, staring up from the water. I stumbled back, heart pounding, breath tearing from my chest. The reflection stayed there, unmoving, and then slowly it smiled. Couldn't breathe. My hands shook so violently that the flashlight cut across the water in jagged lines. The reflection didn't move like water should. It stayed rigid, staring up at me with a calm that I did not feel. And then it did something impossible. It smiled. Not the faint, nervous smile I remembered of myself. This was deliberate, slow knowing. Daniel, it said. I jumped back. My voice caught in my throat. Who? What are you? The reflection's lips didn't move. But the voice, mine and not mine, came from the fog itself. You're asking the wrong question. A shiver ran down my spine. I wanted to run, but the dock was narrow, slick with rain and mud. My boots slipped. My heart raced. Marcus, I called. Where did he go? The reflection's eyes glinted. Do you remember building it? I froze. Building what? The lake, the road, everything you think is a memory, a place, a time you helped hide it. No, that's impossible. I don't. You do. You just forgot. My stomach turned. Images, half-formed, began surging back. Hands moving over soil. Machinery. A man in a gray coat giving orders. Elena beside me, looking terrified as we pulled something heavy into the water. My own hands stained, gripping ropes, pushing boxes, tying them down. I stumbled back, gripping the dock's railing. I don't remember any of that. You chose not to, the reflection said. Or someone chose for you. The water rippled violently. For a brief moment, the reflection disappeared, replaced by another face. Elena's. Her eyes were wide, scared. Her hand outstretched as if trying to pull me in. You didn't listen, she whispered. You never listen. The flashlight flickered again, and then Marcus was there. He emerged from the fog on the far end of the dock, soaked, panting, eyes wide. Daniel, don't look too long. What do you mean? I yelled, backing up. The water shows you things that shouldn't exist. The lake, it doesn't forgive, and it doesn't lie. I glanced again at my reflection. It had returned. The smile was wider now, angrier, knowing. My voice echoed from the fog. You, what are you? The reflection tilted its head. I am what remains. I am what you buried. I am everything you forgot. Something inside me snapped. I lunged toward the water, desperate to pull myself from whatever illusion this was. When the reflection shifted suddenly, a violent wave rippled across the dock, knocking me off balance. I hit the wet wood hard, sliding perilously close to the edge. Water lapped at my knees. Marcus reached for me, but the dock creaked dangerously under both our weight. Daniel, hold on. I grabbed his hand, but when I looked at his eyes, I saw fear unlike anything I'd seen before. He wasn't looking at me. He was looking past me, at something in the fog. The water behind us churned, black and opaque. Something moved beneath it. A shape, massive and slow, gliding just under the surface toward the dock. Marcus shouted, "We need to get out of here now." I tore my hand free and scrambled up, dragging Marcus with me. Our feet slipped, mud spraying as we lunged toward the path leading back to the car. A sound followed us, low, wet, almost human, the kind of sound that seems to echo inside your skull. We didn't stop. Not until the trees thinned and the lights of the car broke through the mist. We climbed in, slammed the doors, and I fumbled with the keys. The engine roared to life. For a long moment, neither of us spoke. Then Marcus finally said, voice trembling, "Daniel, you need to know something. That thing in the water, it's not just a reflection. It's what the lake keeps. All the people you buried, all the secrets. It remembers." I swallowed hard. "And Elena?" Marcus shook his head slowly. "She was trying to warn you. She's part of the reason you're alive right now. But she can't save you from yourself." I didn't answer. As we drove away, the fog clung to the lake like a living thing. The surface was smooth again, almost peaceful. But deep down, I knew the calm was a lie. The lake was waiting, and so was the part of me that I had buried so long ago. We didn't speak much on the drive back. The headlights cut through the lingering fog like knives, illuminating the empty road ahead. Every bend, every tree line felt alive, watching, remembering. Marcus kept glancing at me, his hands tight on the wheel. Finally, he broke the silence. "You need to remember, Daniel. You can't run from this." I shook my head. I don't even know where to start. Everything I thought I knew about myself, about her. It's all wrong. He nodded grimly. "That man in the gray coat, the one in the photo, the one Elena was terrified of, he's connected to you, to everything buried under that lake. And he's still out there." I swallowed hard. "What do you mean? Who is he?" Marcus exhaled, smoke from his cigarette curling into the air. "His name's Edward Carr. Used to work for the city planning department. Officially, he's retired. Unofficially, he was in charge of the flood project. The diversion, the submerged village. He knew every road, every foundation, every building we put under the water." I frowned. "And me? You were part of it. Back then, you worked with him. You didn't remember because of what he did, some kind of memory wipe, or at least that's what it looks like. You and Elena were the only ones who knew the whole truth. That's why she kept leaving messages, recordings. She knew he'd come back." I gripped the edge of the dashboard. "Memory wipe? That's insane. You're saying someone made me forget years of my life?" Marcus's jaw tightened. "I'm saying that's exactly what happened. You buried the past because he forced you to. And now it's all coming back." I looked out the window at the trees rushing by. "Why me? Why Elena?" He glanced at me, voice low. "Because you two were the only witnesses to what he did. The construction under the lake, the people he disappeared, the accidents that were meant to cover his tracks. Elena, she tried to stop him. You were supposed to stay buried. But the lake doesn't forget. She knew that. That's why she warned you, why she kept appearing." A chill crawled over me. "And the accidents? The women who died on the road. That was him," Marcus said. "Cover-ups. Test cases. He's been using the same method for years. The lake, the curve, the isolation, everything is calculated." I felt a cold sweat break across my forehead. "And the photos? The future ones?" Marcus shook his head. "I don't know. That's something else entirely. Something tied to the lake. Maybe Elena, maybe the water itself. It's like it's showing you what you forgot, or what might happen if you don't act." The rest of the ride was silent. The town appeared, dimly lit and still. My house was just ahead. Marcus pulled into my driveway, but neither of us moved to get out. The fog swirled around the headlights. "Finally," he said quietly, "if Edward knows you're awake to this now, he'll come for you. He always does. And Daniel, he won't show mercy. You need to prepare." I swallowed hard, staring at my reflection in the windshield. I didn't recognize the man looking back at me. Someone buried beneath layers of memories, secrets, and lies. Marcus finally got out, leaving the door open. "Check the flash drive again tonight," he said. "There's more on there. I didn't touch it, but I think it's going to tell you everything you need to know, if you can handle it." I watched him disappear into the fog. The street lamp flickered overhead, casting long, wavering shadows across the yard. I sat there for a long time, heart pounding, mind racing. Edward Carr, the lake, the accidents, my own buried memories. Somewhere deep down, a part of me knew nothing would ever be the same. And the lake, it was still waiting. I stayed awake most of the night. The house was silent except for the faint hum of the heater and the occasional drip of water from the eaves outside. I set the flash drive on the kitchen table, my hands trembling as I plugged it back into the laptop. A new folder appeared, hidden deeper this time /Darren_Sturkert/. There were dozens of files, each labeled with dates spanning decades. The first batch were audio files, recorded conversations, surveillance of the lake area, discussions in offices I'd never been in, until one file stood out. Project Darren, Witness Log, 1997, MP3. I clicked play. Static first, then a familiar voice, Edward Carr's. Check the diversion again. I don't want any surprises. The town needs to forget. Remember, witnesses must be handled. They cannot remember. The words hit me like a punch. I leaned back, stomach sinking. Witnesses. Handled? Another voice joined, younger, female. My heart froze. It was Elena. Edward, this isn't right. People could get hurt. Edward laughed softly, cold and deliberate. It's for the greater good. Nobody remembers. And if they do, well, that's why we keep logs. Why we control the narrative. Why we erase mistakes. The audio ended abruptly. I stared at the screen. Other files contained spreadsheets, photos of submerged foundations, bridge supports, and even sketches of the lake's road curves. Marks in red ink showed weak points, places designed for controlled accidents. Then I found something labeled /Darren_memory/. Curious, I opened a video file. The footage was grainy, old, taken from a surveillance camera near the lake. At first, it was just trees swaying in the wind. Then I saw myself, younger, building something with my own hands. Elena beside me, arguing with Edward in the background. The memories I'd thought lost began flooding back. The smell of sawdust and wet wood, the pounding of machinery, the taste of mud on my gloves. The fear in Elena's eyes as we lowered heavy crates into the water. The man in the gray coat was barking orders. I felt bile rise in my throat. I helped him. The screen flickered. Another file opened automatically. This one was a journal scan, Elena's handwriting, neat, careful. Daniel doesn't remember, but he must. He helped them unknowingly when they forced his memory. He's the only one who can finish what we started. He must see. He must remember. But he must be careful. Edward is still alive. He always returns to correct mistakes. I pressed my forehead against the table. My hands shook. All this time, I've been a part of it. And she tried to save me. The files kept going. Names, dates, locations of each accident along the curve. Each carefully designed to look accidental. Each victim chosen for a reason. Alone, isolated, unsuspecting. And at the end, a single folder named /Darren_pending/. Inside, a text file opened instantly. Daniel, May 23rd, 2025, the day you come back. The day you face him. You cannot fail. The lake remembers. So must you. My hands shook as I realized the significance. Today was May 21st. May 23rd, the day the photo appeared, the day the lake showed me the reflection. 2 days from now, the day everything would come together. I sank into the chair. Every fiber of me wanted to run, hide, forget again. But another part, the part Elena had been trying to reach, forced me upright. I had to remember. I had to face it. Somewhere deep in my chest, a resolve began to grow. Edward Carr had left traps, death, and erasure in his wake. But I wasn't going to let him continue. And for the first time in decades, the lake felt like more than just water. Felt like a warning, a reminder. And the only way to survive what was coming was to remember everything. I looked at the clock. 4:13 a.m. The first hints of dawn were beginning to gray the sky. The day had started, and I was ready to dive back into the past, into the lake, into everything Edward had tried to erase. By mid-morning, The fog had lifted completely, leaving the world washed in a pale, gray light. The lake lay still behind my house, silent but heavy with memory. I spread Elena's notes and the flash drive files across the kitchen table. Each mark, each annotation, every underlined date was a breadcrumb trail leading straight to Edward Carr. The thought of facing him made my stomach twist, but the alternative, doing nothing, wasn't an option. Marcus arrived mid-morning, carrying a backpack filled with supplies. Gloves, flashlights, ropes, and an old camera. He didn't speak much, just set it down with a quiet thud. "You ready?" he asked finally. I nodded, though my voice cracked when I spoke. "I have to do this. I need to see it for myself. Everything." We started with the locations Elena had marked on the map. The submerged bridge, the diversion point on the dam, the old construction site near the east curve. Each place was a piece of the puzzle, a fragment of a past I had been forced to forget. At the bridge, I felt it most strongly. The water beneath was deep and dark, almost black in the morning light. I stepped carefully onto the crumbling edge. Marcus followed close behind, his flashlight scanning the area. "Look at this," I whispered, pointing to the eroded foundation. Rusted beams jutted from the water like broken teeth, half submerged. Something about them triggered a memory. A hand guiding mine, the weight of a crate, Elena shouting warnings that I didn't understand at the time. I knelt down and ran my fingers along the wet metal. Images flashed in my mind. The crate sinking into the water, Edward Carr watching from the shore, the cold water swallowing everything. Marcus's voice broke through my thoughts. "You okay?" I swallowed hard. I remember it all now." He glanced at me, concern etched across his face. It's bigger than I thought." The next stop was the diversion site. The ground was soft, waterlogged from recent rain. I followed the markings from the old notes, feeling the weight of the past pressing down on me. Here, Elena had written in her neat handwriting, "He'll come. Be ready. Daniel must face the truth." Something moved near the edge of the water, a shadow among the reeds. I froze. Marcus nudged my shoulder. "Don't tell me you see him too." The shadow shifted. A tall man in a gray coat, standing just at the tree-line, watching us. My heart slammed against my ribs. Edward Carr. I took a slow step forward, trying to keep my voice steady. Edward Carr. He didn't answer, just watched, his eyes unreadable beneath the brim of his hat. I swallowed the fear rising in my throat. "Do you remember me?" A smirk crossed his face, slow and knowing. "I remember everything," he said, voice low and deliberate. "Including you, Daniel, and your little friend Elena." I felt a cold shiver crawl down my spine. The lake, the bridge, the road, all of it had been his game. And now he was playing with me directly. Marcus stepped beside me, fists clenched. "Leave him alone. It's over." Edward laughed softly, a sound that seemed to make the fog itself pulse. "Over? My dear boy, it's only just begun. You've been waking memories, following breadcrumbs, and now you're here. Perfect. Exactly where I need you." I clenched my fists. Memories flooded in. Elena screaming, crates sinking, the gray coat's orders, the accidents on the road, the photos, the lake's reflection, and the realization that Edward had planned it all, including my amnesia. I took a deep breath. "It's over. I know now. Everything you buried, it's coming to the surface. You can't hide it anymore." He tilted his head, amused. "We'll see about that. But first, let's see what you remember, Daniel." He stepped closer. The water lapped against the diversion point, sending ripples across my feet. I looked at Marcus, whose eyes held the same mix of fear and determination I felt. Edward's gaze never left mine. "Do you remember the lake?" I nodded, though my throat was tight. "I remember. Everything." His lips curved into a slow, chilling smile. "Good. Then the next part is easy. Follow me." I didn't want to. Every instinct screamed to run. But I knew I had no choice. The lake, Elena, Marcus, and even the reflection from before, everything was pulling me toward him, toward the truth. And for the first time, I understood that facing Edward meant facing myself. Every buried memory, every secret, every lie. Edward led us down a narrow, overgrown path toward the water's edge. The morning fog had lifted slightly, but the air was still thick, damp, and heavy with the smell of earth and rot. Every step I took, the memories surged forward. The crates, the machinery, Elena's voice warning me, Edward's cold orders. We reached a shallow inlet where remnants of an old construction platform jutted from the water. Rusted beams and broken planks crisscrossed like a skeletal frame of what had once been a dock or storage area. Edward stopped and looked back at us, his gray coat dark against the pale water. "You see it, don't you?" he asked, his voice eerily calm. I swallowed hard. I see it. Everything. What we did here. Marcus glanced around nervously. "You can't possibly know how bad this is." Edward smiled faintly. "Ido, that's why you're here. And that's why you remember now. The lake doesn't forgive, Daniel. It doesn't forget. But it can reveal." He gestured toward the water. I stepped closer, heart pounding. The lake's surface was deceptively calm. But beneath it, shapes shifted. Faint outlines of submerged foundations, scattered beams, and what appeared to be crates or boxes pressed under the murky water. Memories collided with reality. I remembered lowering those crates, remembered the sound of wood slapping water, the rush of cold, the way Elena screamed when one slipped beneath the surface. My hands shook uncontrollably. Marcus noticed my reaction. "Daniel, what is it?" I pointed toward the water. "Everything we buried. It's still here. The records, the boxes, the bodies." Edward's eyes gleamed. "You remember well. Good. But memories alone aren't enough. You need to understand the magnitude. Follow me." He stepped onto a partially submerged platform and gestured for us to follow. My boots sank into the mud and slippery planks as I followed. The structure was precarious, and every step risked plunging us into the freezing lake. Edward stopped at a spot where the water lapped higher than I expected. "Here," he said. "This is where the first accidents were staged. The curve, the diversion, the signage, all planned meticulously. Every death was calculated. Every witness eliminated or erased." I pressed my hands to my head, trying to reconcile the vivid memories with the cold reality before me. Elena's voice echoed in my mind. Daniel must remember. He must see. He must act. Marcus crouched beside me, shining his flashlight under the water. "Look at this," he whispered. Beneath the murky surface, we could see crates, some partially rotted, others intact. Inside, some faint outlines of papers, small equipment, and personal items, evidence of the people who had disappeared along the curves of the road. I felt bile rise. "All of them," I whispered. "All the accidents." Edward nodded slowly. "And you helped bury them, not out of malice, but because you were made to forget. But now you remember Daniel. And now you have a choice." "What choice?" I asked, my voice trembling. "To expose it, to reveal everything. Or," he paused, the corners of his lips tilting slightly, "you can keep it buried like before, and the lake will claim more." A sudden splash echoed through the inlet. I whipped my head around. A crate had shifted on its own, rocking violently as water splashed over it. Something beneath it moved, a faint, human-like outline. Marcus grabbed my arm. "Daniel, we need to leave. Now." But I couldn't look away. The reflection of the submerged crates, the memories of what had been done, and the haunting images of Elena standing at the water's edge years ago. They were all too real. Edward took a step back, his gaze fixed on me. "Decide, Daniel, today, the truth or the lie." I swallowed hard, trying to steady my racing heart. I knew the lake would not forgive delay. It had shown me my reflection. It had reminded me of Elena, and now it demanded action. I looked at Marcus. He nodded, his eyes wide but resolute. I took a deep breath. "We reveal it. Every last piece." Edward's smile widened. "Good. That's the start. But first," he gestured toward the water again. "You need to fully remember what happened here. Face it in its entirety or you can't move forward." The fog shifted in the morning light, curling around the platform, the water, and the edges of the lake like a living thing. And I realized there was no turning back. We didn't speak as we readied the ropes and gloves. The morning had brightened slightly, but the lake remained a glassy, black mirror, hiding decades of secrets beneath its surface. I knelt at the water's edge, watching the submerged crates shift slightly with the gentle current. Each one held a story I had tried to bury, fragments of my own life intertwined with Elena's warnings, Edward Carr's manipulations, and the people who had vanished along the curves of the road. Marcus crouched beside me. "You sure about this?" I swallowed hard. "I have to be. Every crate, every box. It's the only way to face what we did, what we were forced to do, and what Edward did to us." We started with the first crate closest to the platform. Marcus handed me one end of the rope while I gripped the other, and together we heaved. Water surged around us, cold and unrelenting, but finally the crate broke the surface. I gasped. The wood was waterlogged, dark, but intact. As we pulled it onto the platform, I noticed markings on the side, faded letters, numbers, dates. One in particular caught my eye, October 14th, 97. Memories crashed over me. I was back there, younger, my hands raw and bloody from handling crates, Elena shouting at me not to drop them, Edward standing over us, barking orders in a voice that still reverberated in my chest. I felt the weight of the past crush me, the smell of mud and rot, the sting of cold water on my arms. Marcus nudged me. "Daniel, you okay?" I nodded, though my voice shook. "I'm fine. I just remember now. Everything." We opened the crate carefully. Inside were documents, photographs, and small items. A wallet, a driver's license, personal belongings of one of the victims. I recognized a face immediately, one I had seen in the accident reports I had tried to avoid years ago. Each crate we retrieved told the same story. Evidence of carefully planned accidents, records of those who had disappeared, and reminders of Edward Carr's meticulous control. The deeper we went, the more vivid the flashbacks became. I saw myself with Elena at the lake, lowering crates, hearing her cries for mercy that I had blocked out for decades. I remembered the exact moment Edward had ordered us to stage an accident on the road, and how we had watched helplessly as it happened. "This is it," Marcus said quietly. "This is everything. All the proof we need." I nodded, tears stinging my eyes. Elena tried to save us from him. She left these so I'd remember, so we could stop him. We moved to the next crate, pulling it up carefully. Inside, more documents, blueprints of the lake diversion, and handwritten notes in Edward's meticulous script. One note stood out. "Daniel and Elena must forget. Any memory recalled must be punished." I felt rage rising in my chest. He tried to erase everything. Me, her, all of it. Marcus helped me with the final crate. As it broke the surface, I noticed a small wooden box tucked in the corner. My hands shook as I lifted it. Inside were photographs of Elena, Daniel, and Edward at the lake, taken secretly. And underneath, a folded piece of paper in Elena's handwriting. "He will return. You must remember. Only then can you end it." I clutched the paper to my chest, the weight of the past finally settling in. The lake had shown me my reflection, the flash drive had revealed the truth, and now the crates confirmed everything. I clutched the paper to my chest, the weight of the past finally settling in. The lake had shown me my reflection, the flash drive had revealed the truth, and now the crates confirmed everything. Marcus placed a hand on my shoulder. "What now?" I looked at the lake, dark and still, its surface hiding decades of crimes. "Now we face him. We take this evidence. We make sure he can never hurt anyone else. And we honor Elena. We finish what she started." The fog rolled in again, thicker this time, curling around the platform and the crates like a living reminder of what had been lost. And deep in my chest, a single thought took hold. Edward Carr had controlled the past, but I still controlled the future. We packed the crates onto a small cart Marcus had brought, and I felt a surge of determination. Every memory, every victim, every secret buried beneath the lake, it was all coming to light. The lake had demanded I remember, and I was ready. By late afternoon, the sun had begun its slow descent, casting long shadows across the lake. The crates were loaded into the back of Marcus's truck, each one a physical reminder of the years of deceit, accidents, and erasure. The weight of the past pressed heavily on both of us, yet with it came a grim determination. I ran my hands over the flash drive and Elena's notes again, committing every detail to memory. The roads Edward had used, the curves where accidents had been orchestrated, the structures submerged in the lake. I knew them now as well as I knew my own reflection, and I understood why he had targeted me and Elena in the first place. Marcus tightened the straps on the crates. "Are you sure about this?" he asked. "Once we confront him, there's no turning back. He's dangerous, Daniel. I've seen the files. He won't hesitate." I nodded, swallowing hard. "I don't care. This ends tonight. For Elena. For the people who never got justice. For me." We drove to the old city planning office on the outskirts of town, a crumbling building Edward had used as a base decades ago. The windows were boarded, paint peeling, and the lot overgrown with weeds. It looked abandoned, but I knew better. Marcus parked behind a rusted fence. We approached cautiously, the crates secured in the bed of the truck. I could feel the tension in the air, a static charge that seemed to raise the hair on my arms. I whispered, "He'll be waiting." Marcus didn't answer. He just handed me the flashlight and nodded toward the building. We stepped inside. Dust and mildew hit us immediately. The air was thick, and the floorboards creaked under every step. I could almost hear the echoes of the past. The sound of Edward barking orders, the shouts of workers, Elena's voice pleading. And then I saw him. Edward Carr was sitting at a desk in the center of the room, the dim light of a single lamp casting sharp shadows across his face. He didn't stand, didn't flinch. He just looked at me with that same calm, deliberate expression I had seen at the lake. "Daniel," he said softly, almost fondly, "I knew you'd remember. I wondered how long it would take." I felt my fists clench. "It ends tonight, Edward. I know everything. The lake, the accidents, the buried crates. All of it." He tilted his head. "You remember too much. That is inconvenient." I stepped closer, anger surging. "Inconvenient for you, maybe, but I have evidence now. I have everything Elena left for me. This ends with justice, not fear." Edward's eyes narrowed. "Justice? You don't even know the meaning of it. I did what had to be done. People had to be removed. Memories had to be erased. It's the only way to protect the structure of things." Marcus shifted beside me, voice low and warning. "Daniel, don't let him distract you. Remember the evidence. Stay focused." I nodded. Every crate, every document, every photo we'd uncovered flashed in my mind. The flash drive, Elena's notes, the memories of the lake, the road, the submerged bridges. Edward leaned back, smirking slightly. "So what will it be? Do you hand yourself over to the past? Or do you embrace the consequences of remembering?" I drew in a deep breath, voice steady despite the rage and fear. "I embrace the consequences. And I stop you." He smiled, but there was no warmth in it, only calculation. "Very well, Daniel. Let's see if you can." The room felt smaller suddenly, charged with tension. The past and present collided. My memories, the evidence we had uncovered, and Edward's presence, heavy and oppressive. I knew this confrontation would not just be about him. It would be about me, and about finally facing everything I had tried to bury for so long. And deep down, I realized one thing. There was no turning back. The moment had arrived. The room was heavy with silence. Edward remained seated, his hands folded on the desk, watching me with that unnerving calm. I could feel every memory, every suppressed fear pressing against my chest, and I knew I had to stay focused. "Show me everything," I said firmly, my voice echoing slightly off the cracked walls. "The lake, the road, the accidents, every last detail. No more hiding, Edward." His eyes gleamed with something between amusement and caution. "Very well, but understanding comes at a cost, Daniel. Are you prepared for that? I nodded. I've already paid that cost. Every memory you tried to bury in me, it's coming back. He sighed softly and leaned back. Decades ago, Darren Creek Village was to be flooded. But the town, the people, they were obstacles. Obstacles to progress. I did what needed to be done to ensure that project succeeded. I shook my head. You call it progress, but it's murder. Every accident you staged, every person who disappeared, that was you. You manipulated everything, and you erased memories to cover it up. Edward's expression didn't change. Manipulate, erase, call it what you will. I preserved the outcome. Without me, countless projects would have failed, infrastructure ruined, lives disrupted. You were part of it, whether you remember or not. I felt bile rise. I was a kid. I didn't know. And Elena tried to stop you. His eyes flicked toward the far corner of the room, a shadowed spot where a small table sat with a metal box. Elena. She was clever, resourceful, but ultimately limited. She left traces, hoping someone would discover them. That's why you're here, Daniel, because she knew you'd awaken in time. I glanced at Marcus, who gave a slight nod, urging me forward. I took a step toward Edward. The lake remembers everything. The people who died, the secrets, the hidden evidence. It's all coming to light, and you will be held accountable. He smirked faintly, standing now. He was taller than I remembered, imposing, the gray coat heavy against the dim light. You speak with the certainty of someone who finally remembers, but knowing doesn't mean you control it. That lake, the roads, the past, they still have power. I swallowed my fear and stepped closer, my hands shaking but my resolve firm. Not anymore. We have the evidence. The crates, the flash drive, Elena's notes. Everything you tried to erase, I've recovered. The world will know what you did. Edward's eyes narrowed. Do you truly understand what you're holding? Every crate, every document, it isn't just proof. It's a map of consequences. You cannot simply expose it and walk away unscathed. I'll take the risk, I said, my voice growing steadier. I've already survived your games once. I won't let you manipulate me again. You've controlled the past long enough. Now the truth controls the future. He stepped toward me, and for a moment, I feared he would strike. But instead, he stopped just short, his gaze locking onto mine. Bold, he said softly. We'll see if your courage matches your memory. A sudden noise from the hallway made both of us flinch. The soft scrape of a boot, the faintest whisper. My heart leapt. The office felt suddenly alive with shadows. Edward's smirk didn't waver, but I could see tension in his posture. You brought Marcus, he said, voice low. That complicates matters. Marcus stepped forward, eyes hard, gripping a flashlight like a weapon. We're not leaving without the truth. Not now. Not ever. Edward's gaze flicked between us. Then it begins. I realized, with a mixture of dread and clarity, that the confrontation wasn't just about accusations or memories. It was about revealing the full scale of Edward Carr's control and surviving the reckoning that would follow. The crates outside, the flash drive, the lake, Elena's warnings, they weren't just evidence. They were weapons. And tonight we were going to use them. Edward raised a hand, the gray coat sweeping the floor. Show me what you remember, Daniel. Recall everything. And only then can the consequences unfold. I took a deep breath, feeling the weight of decades pressing down on me. Every suppressed memory, every hidden truth, every ghost from the lake. It was time, and I was ready to remember it all. I drew in a deep breath, the air thick with dust and tension. The room seemed smaller now, every shadow more oppressive, every sound amplified. The faint creak of the floorboards, the hum of the old lamp, the soft scrape of Edward's shoes. I remember everything, I said, voice trembling at first, then steadying with each word. The lake, the crates, the construction, the accidents on the road. Elena tried to stop it, to save lives, to save me. And you tried to erase it all. Edward's lips twitched in a thin, controlled smile. Yes, you remember. That is inconvenient. But knowing isn't the same as power, Daniel. You can recall, but can you withstand it? I will, I said firmly. I have to. I began recounting the details I had dredged from the depths of my memory. The exact sequence of each accident, how the signs had been placed, the weak points on the bridge, the crates in the lake, the people who had vanished. Each detail flowed from me as though I were describing a nightmare I had lived. A nightmare Edward had forced upon me and Elena. Edward's eyes sharpened. He took a slow step forward. Impressive. But remember this, every memory you claim is not just recollection. It's a confrontation. And confronting the past has consequences. I swallowed hard. I don't care. You'll answer for every life you've ruined. For every person you tried to erase. And for Elena. A flicker of emotion crossed his face. A brief shadow of irritation. Bold. But truth, Daniel, truth is heavier than you imagine. Even with the evidence, the world may not believe. And even if they do, consequences may still find you. Marcus stepped closer, voice steady, unwavering. We have proof. Everything is documented. Every crate, every note, every photo. He can't manipulate what's real. Edward's smirk deepened, but there was a tension in his shoulders now. You've recovered the pieces, yes, but the pieces alone don't tell the full story. The pattern, the orchestration, that is mine. Only I know how it was executed. I shook my head. We don't need your approval. We only need the truth. And that starts with you admitting what you did. Edward's eyes narrowed. He moved closer to the far wall, reaching into a hidden compartment and pulling out a small file folder. He held it up deliberately. This, he said, voice low and sharp, contains what even you don't know. Names, dates, locations, the full scale. You may have uncovered fragments, but the complete picture is mine. I stepped forward, heart hammering. Give it to me. He paused, studying me. Do you truly want it? Because once you see the whole scope, nothing will ever be the same. Your mind, your conscience, they may not survive the truth. I clenched my fists. I can survive. I must survive. For Elena. For everyone who never had justice. Edward hesitated, then placed the folder on the desk with deliberate slowness. The thud of the papers hitting the wood echoed like a gunshot in the quiet room. I opened it, flipping through page after page. Records of every manipulated accident, maps of the lake and the submerged sites, photographs of victims, diagrams detailing Edward's methods, even notes about attempts to erase memories from anyone who knew too much. Each revelation hit me harder than the last. My stomach churned. This is everything. Every life. Every secret. Every cover-up. Edward's voice was calm but sharp, cutting through the weight of the folder. Do you understand now? You remember, yes. But do you understand the full gravity of what was orchestrated, and the role you unwillingly played? Yes, I said, tears prickling my eyes. I understand, and I will make it right. He leaned back, studying me, his hands steepled. Then perhaps you are ready to face the consequences, ready to reveal the lake's memory to the world. But beware, Daniel, confronting the past always demands a price. And some prices are heavier than life itself. I looked at Marcus. He nodded. We had the evidence, the memories, the truth. And now Edward had nowhere left to hide. And for the first time, I felt a flicker of hope. But Edward's calm, calculated gaze reminded me the danger was far from over. He was still capable of manipulation, of escape, of further control. And I realized, with chilling clarity, that the lake had not finished demanding justice, and neither had Edward Carr. The room felt impossibly small now, the weight of decades pressing down on us. Edward sat rigidly at the desk, his gray coat still as deliberate and controlled as ever, but I could see the slight tension in his jaw, the subtle narrowing of his eyes. He knew this confrontation was different. We weren't children who could be manipulated anymore. I laid the flash drive and Elena's notes on the desk. Marcus leaned in beside me, steady and resolute. Everything is here, I said. Every crime, every hidden accident, every manipulation. You can't erase it this time. Edward's lips twitched, a fleeting smirk that didn't reach his eyes. Bold words, Daniel. But even with evidence, the truth is often subjective. You can't control perception, only reality. And reality, well, reality has a way of evading justice. I slammed my hand down on the desk, startling both of us. No. This time, reality is mine to reveal. You manipulated, you erased, you buried the truth under a lake and a lifetime of lies. But it's all coming up. And there's nothing you can do to stop it. He stood, his full height looming over me. You're certain you can withstand the weight of it all? The exposure, the backlash, the consequences of revealing decades of orchestrated chaos. I am, I said firmly, even as a cold shiver ran down my spine, because I won't let you control anyone else, and I won't let Elena's efforts be in vain. Edward took a slow step back, eyes sharp, analyzing. Then you understand that this choice comes at a cost. Once you push forward, there's no turning back. Every secret you reveal will be public, every hidden victim remembered, and some consequences may be unbearable. I felt a mixture of fear and resolve, the memories of the lake, the road, and the submerged crates fueling me. We accept that risk. The cost of silence is far higher than the cost of truth. He studied me for a long moment, then sighed softly. Very well. Show me what you will do. I gestured toward the crates. We'll start with these. Every document, every photo, every shred of evidence from the lake, the roads, your operations, it will be made public. Nothing hidden, nothing erased, and you will be exposed for what you are. Edward's eyes flickered with something I hadn't seen before. A trace of unease, a hint of recognition that perhaps his control had slipped. Do you truly understand the ramifications? Marcus nodded beside me. We understand, and we're ready. I took a deep breath and began organizing the crates, separating the documents, photos, and notes, ensuring every piece of evidence was accounted for. Edward didn't interfere, but his presence was heavy, like a storm waiting to break. Finally, after what felt like hours, the crates were ready. The evidence was irrefutable, complete, and meticulously organized. The weight of decades of manipulation, accidents, and cover-ups was laid bare before us. Edward remained seated, silent now, his calm composure masking something more fragile beneath. It seems you have indeed remembered everything. You've gathered it all. And perhaps this is the reckoning you were meant to face. I met his gaze directly. This is justice, and justice will not be delayed any longer. The first distant siren sounded outside, a signal that the world beyond this room would soon know. Edward's eyes sharpened. He realized that the confrontation was no longer just between us. The truth was about to escape. I felt the surge of adrenaline, the full weight of the past pressing into the present. Everything Elena had warned me about, every memory forced into darkness, every secret hidden beneath the lake, it was all converging. Edward stood slowly, his gray coat brushing the floor. For a brief moment, I thought he might try one last manipulation, one final escape. But he didn't. Instead, he watched, silent, as Marcus and I prepared to move the crates out, ready to deliver decades of hidden crimes into the light. And in that moment, I realized something profound. The lake had not only preserved the past, it had empowered me to finally confront it. And the reckoning we were about to unleash would be inevitable, unstoppable, and complete. The confrontation was at its peak. The past had collided with the present, and the final act was ready to unfold. The sirens grew louder outside, approaching in waves that seemed to shake the air. I felt my pulse race, but a sense of calm determination settled over me. This was it, the culmination of decades of manipulation, fear, and buried truths. Edward Carr was no longer in control. The weight of the evidence, of memory, and of justice had shifted to our hands. Marcus and I moved the crates carefully out of the office, each one a vessel of revelations. The flash drive, the documents, photographs, maps, and notes. Everything was now tangible proof of Edward's orchestration. Every step I took, every crate we carried, felt like carrying the souls of those lost, the echoes of Elena's warnings, and the decades of lies Edward had imposed on the town. Outside, police vehicles and news vans began to gather, drawn by a tip we had anonymously sent. Edward stood at the doorway, watching, his gray coat flapping in the wind, his expression a mix of resignation and that cold, measured calculation I had grown to despise. I turned to him. "It's over, Edward. Everything you tried to erase is now here. The town, the world, they'll know." He didn't speak. He only watched, eyes narrowing, as officers began moving in, surrounding the building. For a moment, he seemed almost human. Not the untouchable manipulator who had haunted our lives for decades, but just a man confronted with the consequences of his actions. The officers approached cautiously. Edward raised his hands slightly, still composed, yet the smirk that usually dominated his face was gone. He was silent as they handcuffed him, reading him his rights. I felt a strange mixture of relief and disbelief. For so long, he had controlled everything, the lake, the accidents, the memories. But now he was powerless. Justice, delayed but inevitable, had arrived. Marcus clapped a hand on my shoulder. "We did it," he said quietly, almost in disbelief. I nodded, swallowing hard, looking back at the lake. The surface was calm, deceptively peaceful, but beneath it lay decades of secrets we had just dredged to the surface. I took a deep breath, feeling the weight begin to lift. The lake had demanded truth, and it had been answered. News crews began to arrive, and the evidence was documented meticulously. Every crate, every note, every photo, cataloged, verified, and prepared to expose the depth of Edward Carr's crimes. The story of Darren Creek Village, the submerged constructions, the orchestrated accidents, it would no longer be buried. Later, as the sun began to set, casting warm amber light across the lake, I walked to the water's edge alone. The air was cool, the breeze carrying the faint scent of damp earth and pine. I knelt, letting my hand brush the surface. For the first time in decades, I felt a sense of closure. Elena's memory lingered, strong and vivid. I whispered her name softly. "We did it, Elena. We remembered. We acted. Your efforts, they weren't in vain." The lake remained silent, but I felt its presence differently now. No longer an ominous weight, but a witness, a keeper of truth finally revealed. As I walked back toward the office, the sky darkened into night, stars beginning to pierce the fading light. The town would wake to the truth, and Edward Carr would face the consequences long overdue. And I, Daniel, could finally begin to reclaim the years stolen by fear, manipulation, and forgetfulness. The lake, once a mirror of deceit, now reflected clarity. The past, with all its horrors, had been confronted. And in that confrontation, there was hope, fragile, quiet, yet undeniable. Tonight, justice had been served, and for the first time in my life, I felt the weight of the past ease just slightly, leaving room for remembrance, for healing, and for the possibility of peace.
Good evening, my friend. I hope your night has been calm, peaceful, and kind to you. You've made it back to Midnight Radio True Crime, where the rain falls softly outside your window, and every story is told just for you. So take a deep breath, let the world slow down, and thank you for choosing this moment to rest with me tonight. Because tonight's story might make you think twice about who lives right across the hall. This is the man in apartment 3B. Now, get comfortable, pull your blanket close, and listen carefully, because not every neighbor is who they seem.
When I first moved into the building on Pine Avenue, I didn't expect much. It was old, slightly leaning to one side, with paint peeling off the stair rails and a faint smell of dust and old coffee lingering in the hallways. But the rent was cheap, and the view from the third floor caught the morning light perfectly. I needed a quiet place to start over. My new apartment was 3A, and right next door was 3B. The first time I saw him, I was carrying boxes up the narrow stairwell. He appeared from the shadows of the hallway, tall, with a button-up shirt tucked neatly into worn jeans, glasses reflecting the light so I couldn't quite see his eyes. "New tenant?" he asked, voice low, almost polite. "Yeah," I said. "Just moved in today." He nodded once, too slowly. "Welcome to the building." Then he smiled, just with his mouth, not his eyes, and slipped back into his apartment. The door closed softly, almost noiselessly. At first, I thought he was just another quiet neighbor, but that was before the nights got strange. The first week was uneventful. I unpacked, met the elderly woman downstairs, got used to the sound of the elevator that always groaned halfway up. But on my fifth night there, I woke up at 2:17 a.m. to tapping, soft, deliberate tapping, coming from the wall behind my bed, the one that bordered his apartment. First, I thought it was pipes, but it wasn't random. It was rhythmic. Top, top, top. Pause. Top, top. I waited, listening. Then it stopped. The second I leaned closer, the silence deepened, like whoever was doing it knew I was awake. The next morning, I ran into Mr. Clark in the hallway. He was locking his door, wearing the same shirt as before, perfectly ironed. "Morning," I said. He smiled faintly. "You should keep your windows locked at night," he said. I blinked. "Oh yeah, sure." He didn't explain, just adjusted his glasses and walked away. That night, I checked my windows twice. Over the next few weeks, I started noticing little things missing around the building. A doormat, potted plant, someone's laundry basket, small, harmless things that didn't make sense to steal. Then it was something of mine. The small cactus that sat by my door, gone. I told myself maybe the janitor moved it, but that night I heard it again. The tapping. I sat up in bed, heart pounding. Top, 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 top. It sounded closer this time, like whoever was doing it wasn't just behind the wall but inside it. I whispered, "Hello." It stopped instantly. For almost a full minute, nothing. Just the sound of my own breathing. Then faintly a whisper, low, male, too close to be real. It said, "I see you." I froze. My body refused to move. Every sound in the apartment disappeared. I barely slept that night. The next morning, I told myself it was a dream, stress, imagination. But when I left for work, I found something wedged under my doormat. Polaroid photo. It was blurry, grainy, but it was me, sitting on my couch. I felt sick. I looked up and down the hall, but everything was quiet. I went to the building manager, but he just sighed. "Probably a prank," he said. "Kids around here get bored." That night, I pushed my dresser against the door and left all the lights on. At 3:12 a.m., I woke up again. This time, not from tapping, but from the sound of a camera shutter. Came from behind the wall. The following morning, I saw the building manager standing outside 3B. He looked pale. "Something's wrong," he said. "Smell's been coming from here for days." He knocked. No answer. Used his spare key. When the door opened, I'll never forget that smell. It hit like rot and chemicals and something worse, something human. The police came. They sealed the floor. I watched through the stairwell railing as they carried out bag after bag of evidence. One officer came up to me later, "You live next door?" he asked. "Yeah. Is he okay?" He didn't answer that. Just asked, "Did you ever notice anything strange?" I told him about the tapping, the whisper, the photo. He nodded slowly. Then he showed me something they'd found. A wall covered with Polaroids, dozens of them. Every tenant in the building, all taken through windows. And in the middle of the wall, my photo. Right above it, written in marker, were 5 words. "Soon, she'll know the truth." That night, when the police left, I sat alone in my apartment. The building was quiet again. Too quiet. I walked into my bedroom, staring at the wall that connected to his. The plaster looked untouched. Smooth. Ordinary. But when I turned off the lights, the moonlight caught something. A small circular mark above my bed, barely visible. I leaned closer. It was a hole, and inside it, something shimmered. A lens. Rain fades in softly. Thank you for spending your night with Midnight Radio True Crime. If your heart's still racing, that's okay, you're safe now. But before you fall asleep tonight, maybe take a look at your walls. Sleep well, my friend, and I'll see you tomorrow night. I didn't sleep that night. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that Polaroid again, me, sitting at my desk, unaware someone was watching. Morning came with its usual pale light, but nothing felt normal. The hallway was quiet, too quiet. Even the old woman downstairs didn't call out hello when I left my apartment. The elevator groaned like it always did, but it sounded hollow, echoing too long. I made coffee, but I couldn't drink it. My hands shook too badly. I kept staring at that wall, the one separating me from apartment 3B. The wall that now had a small, perfectly round hole just above my bed. I had to see it up close. I grabbed my phone, flashlight on, and held it to the hole. The lens was still there. Tiny, smooth, shiny, almost innocent looking if you didn't know what it was. I poked it lightly with a pen. It moved slightly. Then, with a faint click, it dislodged. I dropped it onto the carpet. It was a miniature camera, one of those old-fashioned cylinder ones, not digital. I picked it up carefully, breathing shallowly. My mind raced. How long had it been there? Days? Weeks? Months? I put it in a plastic bag and took it down to the police. They frowned, asked questions, then called another officer to check the camera. While they inspected it, I glanced toward the open door of 3B. The smell hit me immediately, sharp, chemical, metallic. Inside, I could see glimpses of the room. A mattress without sheets, stacks of boxes, Polaroids taped on every wall. One wall had letters written in black marker. Truth must be seen. I felt like I was staring into the mind of a man who had no boundaries, no fear, no remorse. Later that afternoon, I went back upstairs. I couldn't stop thinking about the wall, the hole, that camera, the Polaroid. I started checking every inch of my apartment. Behind paintings, under the sink, in the vents, behind the wardrobe. And then I found another hole larger this time, behind the wardrobe. I pressed my ear to it. First, nothing. Then, a faint whirring sound. Mechanical. A fan? A motor? Something running behind the wall. I froze. My stomach twisted. I didn't know whether to call the police again or just leave. That night, I didn't sleep on my bed. I moved my mattress to the living room, all the lights on. I tried to watch TV to distract myself, but around 3 a.m., my phone buzzed. Unknown number. Text. Stop looking at the walls. My chest tightened. I blocked the number, turned off my phone. But then my TV flickered. Static. Then black. And I heard it. A voice. Low, distant. It said, "I can still see you." I didn't move. I didn't breathe. When morning came, I tried to convince myself it was a dream. But the holes were still there. The camera was gone from my bedroom wall. Someone had taken it. I went to the police, desperate. They said the camera would be processed at the station. But even as I left my apartment, I felt like eyes were still on me. For days, I avoided my bedroom. I slept on the couch, lights blazing, curtains drawn. But every small sound, the creak of the building, the hum of the fridge, even the wind brushing the window, made me jump. Then came the letters. First just one, slipped under my door. You can't hide forever. Then another the next morning. I'm always watching. And more started appearing, folded, taped, hidden. Some with crude sketches, some with words, some with Polaroids of me, some old, some fresh. I knew it was him, Mr. Clark, but he was gone. The police said he vanished. No trace. Yet here he was, still reaching into my life. I couldn't tell anyone. No one would understand. They'd think I was paranoid, insane. But every time I closed my eyes, I felt him. Watching, waiting, smiling somewhere behind a wall, a vent, a corner I couldn't see. And then one night I heard the tapping again. Top, top, top. Pausing in the exact rhythm it always had. And this time a voice, soft, deliberate, unmistakable. You're mine now. I ran to the door, checked the hall. Empty. I ran to the windows. Locked. I ran to the wardrobe. The hole was larger now. And I knew, without a doubt, that the man in apartment 3B was still there. Watching. Waiting. Planning. For 3 days I didn't leave my apartment. The police said they were still investigating. But the silence said otherwise. Every minute that passed, I felt that wall breathing beside me, like something alive was hiding within it. By the fourth night, exhaustion won. I fell asleep on the couch, the lamp still on, TV buzzing faintly. Around 2:40 a.m., I woke up to a faint scratching sound. Not tapping this time, scratching. Slow, patient, deliberate. Came from inside the wall again, right behind the old clock. I stood, my throat dry. The noise stopped. Then 3 short scratches, 1 long one. Pattern. My body froze because I remembered that rhythm. I'd heard it before. It was how Mr. Clark used to knock when asking to borrow my toolbox. Y whisperat, no. Because Mr. Clark wasn't supposed to be here. The scratching grew faster, louder. Then it stopped completely. Silence. Until a faint voice, muffled but close, came from behind the plaster. You moved the camera. I dropped the clock and bolted out the door. The hallway was empty, but the air felt heavier, humid, like someone had just showered. I rushed downstairs to the lobby, but the front desk was empty too. The security guard's chair was spinning slowly, as if he'd just left it. Outside, the night was damp. Street lights flickered weakly. I crossed to the other side of the street, turned, and looked up at my building. 3rd floor, my apartment window. The curtain moved. Someone was inside. I called the police again. They arrived 20 minutes later, by which time the curtain was still. 2 officers went up with me, flashlights in hand. Everything was as I'd left it. The couch, the lamp, the TV, even the half-eaten sandwich on the counter. But the wall, the one with the hole, was now patched, perfectly smooth. Fresh plaster, still wet. The officers exchanged looks. Are you sure someone was in here? One asked. I just stared at the wall, unable to answer, because when I leaned closer, I saw something in the wet plaster. A single fingerprint, pressed deep. That night, I stayed in a motel. But around 4 a.m., my phone buzzed again. Unknown number. Picture. It was the motel room door. From the hallway. Taken minutes earlier. My chest locked up. I jumped up, grabbed my things, and threw open the door. The hallway was empty. Silent except for the faint hum of a vending machine. At the far end of the hall, a door slowly closed. Room 117. I called the police again. They searched it. Empty. No one had checked in there in weeks. But there was something in the bathroom sink. Wet plaster. White dust. And a Polaroid photo face down. The officer picked it up with a glove. When he turned it over, I almost vomited. It was me, sleeping on my motel bed. I packed everything the next morning and went back home, stupidly thinking I'd feel safer where I knew the layout. The moment I stepped inside, I smelled it again, that metallic chemical odor from 3B. And there, taped to the inside of my front door, was a note written in thick black marker. Welcome home. Below it, a single Polaroid of the hole in my wall, the same hole I'd seen days ago. But this time, the photo showed an eye staring through it. Why, smiling, alive. I should have left. I should have moved out of that building entirely. Every rational part of me screamed it, but something kept me there. A mixture of fear, obsession, and the impossible need to know what Mr. Clark had left behind. I spent the morning packing small things, trying to pretend I wasn't terrified. But the apartment didn't feel empty. Every corner, every shadow seemed alive. The faint chemical smell lingered in the air, and the walls, white and innocent, felt like prison bars. I decided to check the bedroom wall again. The hole above my bed had been patched, but I could still feel its presence. A line in the plaster, a subtle unevenness my fingers traced. Something told me there was more. I dragged the wardrobe away from the other side of the room, the corner where I had first discovered the larger hole. The wood scraped against the floorboards. My heart thumped in my chest. Behind the wardrobe, the wall looked untouched, perfect, unbroken, but my instincts screamed otherwise. I pressed my ear to the plaster. First silence, then the faintest scratching. Top, scratch, top. I jerked back. It wasn't coming from inside the wall. It was coming from beneath it, the floorboards. I leaned down, pressing my ear to the hardwood, and there it was again, slow, deliberate, methodical, like someone was moving under the floor, just beneath me. I took a deep breath and tried to rationalize it. Old buildings make noises, pipes shift, rats crawl. But then came the sound of something sliding, not tiny, heavy, something scraping along the wood, slow and controlled. I froze. I realized then that my entire apartment was compromised. Every wall, every floor, every vent. A surveillance grid meticulously installed by someone who had spent months learning this building. Someone who had anticipated my every movement. I called the police immediately. They came quickly this time, flashlights in hand, and started inspecting the floorboards in my bedroom. First, they found nothing. Then, under the far corner of the room, a floorboard creaked differently when stepped on. The officer pried it up with a crowbar. Beneath it, a shallow cavity, lined with black tape and wires. My stomach turned. Inside the cavity were dozens of miniature cameras, cylindrical, old-fashioned, mechanical types, each positioned to capture a specific angle of my room. The bed, the desk, the doorway. The officer shook his head. How long do you think someone's been doing this? I swallowed hard. Since I moved in, and then I noticed it. A single Polaroid, wedged carefully under the wires, facing upwards. I picked it up. It was me, sitting at my desk, laptop open, headphones on. My expression was neutral, normal, but something about the eyes in the photo made my blood run cold. Someone had taken it just moments ago. I realized then that Mr. Clark had never left. Not really. Somewhere in the building, in the walls, in the pipes, he was watching, planning, waiting. The police tried to assure me they would search the entire building. They'd send in K9 units. Detectives would sweep the walls, the vents, the attic. They even considered pulling up the floorboards throughout the third floor. But they warned me, with old buildings, it's nearly impossible to find someone hiding that way. I was left with a decision. Stay in my apartment and risk being monitored, or leave everything behind. I couldn't leave. Not yet. I had to know what he wanted. That night, I lay on the couch, lights on, curtains drawn. I didn't sleep. Around 1:30 a.m., a faint scratching started again. Not from the walls, not from the floor. Came from the vent above my bed. I froze. My breath caught in my chest. Slowly, I crawled toward it. The vent cover was loose, the screws unscrewed, carefully removed and replaced by someone with knowledge of the building's interior. I lifted the vent cover. Inside, wires snaked through the ductwork, connecting to a small black box. The camera lens stared back at me, red light blinking faintly, and next to it, a small note taped carefully to the ductwork. I see everything, even when you sleep. I felt bile rise in my throat. My apartment, my sanctuary, had been invaded in every conceivable way. Every wall, floorboard, and vent had eyes and ears. And then came the sound I'd feared most. A whisper, soft, almost indistinguishable. You can't hide from me. It was so close it sounded like it was coming from inside my skull rather than the vent. I screamed. I grabbed my phone and called the police, but the line went dead mid-sentence. My apartment lights flickered. The air grew cold, icy. Something was in there with me, not just watching, present, waiting. Hours passed. I didn't move. I didn't eat. I didn't breathe properly. Just listened. By dawn, everything was silent. The vent was empty. The cameras were gone. The note was gone. But my hands shook uncontrollably, my chest tight, and my entire being knew one undeniable truth. Mr. Clark was not gone. He never would be. Somewhere in the building, behind walls, under floors, inside vents, he waited, watching, planning, and I knew the next move would be his. The next few days were a blur. Couldn't sleep. I barely ate. Every sound, the drip of the sink, the hum of the refrigerator, the creak of the floorboards, felt amplified, malicious. The building that had once seemed quaint and old now felt like a labyrinth designed to trap me. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe the cameras were old, removed, inactive. Maybe the notes and Polaroids had been left behind, not part of some ongoing plan. But my instincts told me otherwise. Every time I walked past the walls, every glance at the vents, every shadow on the floor, screamed that he was still here, watching, waiting. On the third night after discovering the vent camera, I was sitting on the couch, blanket wrapped tightly around my shoulders, trying to calm myself with the TV. My laptop was open, but I wasn't paying attention. And then I saw it, a shadow moving across the far wall. It was subtle at first, a flicker, a movement against the moonlight seeping through my curtains. I froze, heart hammering. The shadow didn't match anything in the room. The couch, the coffee table, the lamp, nothing could have cast it. I gripped my phone and pointed the flashlight toward the wall. Nothing. The shadow vanished. And then I heard it, a whisper, right behind me. Don't turn around. My stomach twisted. My breath caught in my throat. Ispunaniwai. The room was empty. The floor was bare. No one. No sign of anyone. I ran to the window and looked down. Empty street. Empty alley. Only the faint hum of distant traffic. I felt safe for a moment, foolish as it was. But when I turned back inside, the shadow had returned. Closer, bigger, and it moved with purpose. I grabbed a chair and held it in front of me, trembling. The shadow paused. It shifted, stretched, and then I realized it was attached to the wall. Not a shadow. A figure. Tall, thin, looming. One side of its face hidden in darkness. Hair disheveled. And those eyes cold, deliberate, unblinking. I froze. The figure whispered again. I've been waiting. My mind screamed at me to run. But the only way out was past it. And the hallway was long, narrow, dark. I backed toward the door, chair raised like a shield. My hands shook so badly I could barely grip it. The figure moved closer, gliding, almost floating over the floorboards. Each step silent, controlled. I stumbled backward into the couch. My heart was pounding in my ears. Every instinct told me to fight, but I had no weapons, no defense. The shadow stopped, tilted its head, like it was studying me. Then it spoke. You saw too much. Now you'll see everything. Before I could react, it vanished. Gone. Just like that. I spent the next few hours inspecting the apartment. Every wall, floorboard, vent, and corner. Nothing. But I knew it had been real. It had to be. The air felt heavier where it had stood, like the room had been compressed by its presence. That night I barely slept. Every creak of the building made me flinch. Every flicker of light made me jump. I stayed awake until the first rays of dawn, waiting for the sound of footsteps, whispers, anything. And then I heard it soft tapping on the wall, above my head. Top, top, top. It wasn't the rhythm of the first tapping. It was different, deliberate, controlled, like a warning. I pressed my ear to the wall. You can't hide from me. The voice was deeper this time, older, confident, certain. I stumbled back, trembling. My fingers brushed the hole that had been patched weeks ago. My stomach churned. The plaster was warm, not room temperature, warm. I realized then he had never left. Mr. Clark had been inside my walls, watching, moving, listening, planning. The next morning, I called the building manager. "Something's wrong," I said. "I think someone is inside my apartment, in the walls." He laughed, nervously. "That's impossible. We've had inspections. The apartment is sealed. No one can be in the walls." I wanted to scream, but I knew better, because the night had proved otherwise. That evening, I tried to leave, packed a bag, intended to stay with a friend. But when I reached the door, the knob wouldn't turn. Not stuck, locked, and taped to the inside of my door in thick black marker. "You don't get to leave." I ripped it off, tried the knob again. Still locked. I ran to the window, considered jumping. But the third floor was too high, the street too far. And then I heard it, coming from the vent above me. Soft, slow, methodical. I'm inside. I've always been inside. You just didn't notice. The lights flickered. The TV static buzzed. My phone vibrated in my hand. Unknown number. Picture. It was the interior of my apartment. From the ceiling, my bed, the couch, the kitchenette, and in the corner a figure. Watching, waiting, smiling. I dropped the phone. My legs buckled. I sat on the floor, shaking uncontrollably. Somewhere inside those walls, Mr. Clark was alive. He had never left. And now I realized with terror, there was nowhere to hide. I didn't sleep that night. Not really. My body was exhausted, my eyes heavy, but my mind wouldn't allow it. Every creak of the floorboards, every distant hum of the refrigerator, every gust of wind rattling the window made me flinch. The apartment had transformed from a home into a trap. Prison. I sat on the floor, leaning against the couch, trying to make sense of what had happened. The messages, the photos, the shadow, the taps, the vent. It was all one thing. One person. One terrifying mind that had carefully infiltrated my life. And then it started. First, faint, soft, almost imperceptible. Top, top, top. The rhythm was deliberate, not random, not the same as the tapping I'd heard weeks before, but purposeful. I pressed my ear to the wall, the one that separated me from apartment 3B. "Hello," I whispered. Silence, and then a voice. Low, controlled, clear, direct. "You know why I'm here." I jolted back, my heart hammering. I hadn't expected words, not like this, not audible from the wall. But the voice was unmistakable, calm, confident, patient. "You saw my cameras. You saw too much. I'm just finishing what I started." I felt bile rise in my throat. I could feel the floorboards beneath me shiver slightly, as if he were pacing somewhere below or behind them. I wanted to run. My bag was in the corner, packed. My phone silent. Every line of escape cut off. "I've been in your walls longer than you think. You walk, you sleep, you eat. I'm always here." I pressed my ear harder, trembling. The voice was coming from everywhere at once, the walls, the vent, maybe even the floor. My body wanted to bolt, but my brain forced me to listen. I needed to understand. "Do you know how easy it was to watch you? To know your habits? I learned your routines in days. Your favorite chair, your favorite mug, when you shower, when you sleep. I know where you are at all times." The words weren't just terrifying. They were precise, clinical. He had studied me, followed me, prepared this meticulously. I asked, my voice shaking, "What do you want?" Silence. Then the voice again. "I want what you can't give me. I want you to see me, to understand what I see, to feel what it's like to be watched." I swallowed hard. The fear had a texture now, like it had weight pressing against my chest. Every muscle tensed. I made a decision. I had to try to confront him, maybe reason with him, maybe scare him, anything. I grabbed a flashlight, creeping toward the bedroom wall. The patched hole was there, unassuming. My hands shook as I pressed the light into it. Nothing, just plaster. Then I remembered the vent above my bed. I pulled it down, carefully, quietly. My fingers brushed wires. and then movement, a pair of mechanical eyes, a tiny camera, just as before, swiveled in my direction. The red recording light wasn't on, but I knew it was there, watching. He was watching. I ripped the camera free, yanking wires from the ductwork. Then I pressed my ear to the vent. "You can't remove them all," the voice said calmly. My stomach sank. I've built this building like a cage, like a spider web. I know every corner, every line, every hollow space. You'll never be alone again. I stepped back. My hands shook. My heart hammered so violently I could hear it in my ears. Then a new sound, faint scratching at the baseboards near the closet. I approached cautiously. Floorboards creaked. Dust fell. And then a small square of the floor moved slightly, as if it had been loosened. I knelt and lifted it. Inside more cameras, hidden lenses, and a small pile of photographs. Flipping through them, my blood ran cold. Each photo was taken during moments I thought I was alone. Making coffee, brushing my teeth, lying on the couch, looking at my phone. And at the bottom of the pile, a single Polaroid of my front door, from the outside with my bag packed and ready to leave. "You'll never leave," the voice whispered from somewhere behind me. I jumped, heart in my throat. My flashlight swung. Nothing. Just shadows. Just walls. I realized something. He didn't need to be seen. He didn't need to appear. His control came from knowing, from watching, from anticipating. And he had. Every movement, every decision, every plan. Hours passed like this. I sat, huddled on the floor, flashlight in hand, watching every corner, every shadow, every vent, listening, waiting. I thought about escaping through the window, through the hallway, through the roof. But every exit had been monitored, every escape route anticipated. And that's when I understood the full horror. He wasn't just in apartment 3B. He was in the walls. He was in the vents. He was in the floors. He was in the building itself. He had built a network, a surveillance network, and I was the target. The only way to survive, I realized, was to play by his rules. To move when he expected me to move, to hide when he wanted me to hide, to pretend ignorance when he demanded attention. And even then, there was no guarantee. The night stretched endlessly. The tapping, the scratches, the whispers continued in sporadic bursts. I didn't sleep. I didn't eat. I didn't leave the floor. I barely breathed. When dawn finally came, I felt hollowed out. Every muscle screamed. Every nerve ached. But the fear was different now. Not the panic of surprise, but the slow, grinding certainty that he was always there, waiting, watching, patient. And the most terrifying part? I knew this was only the beginning. I didn't sleep that night, not a second. Every creak from the wall felt like a whisper meant only for me. I kept staring at the thin plaster divider between my bed and his living room, counting the seconds between each sound. Sometimes it was a slow drag, like something heavy sliding across the floor. Other times it was faint breathing. By 4 a.m., I couldn't take it anymore. I turned on my phone flashlight and began recording, just pointing it at the wall. If something happened again, I wanted proof. The little blue light from the camera blinked, and I whispered to myself, "It's just a video, just in case." At 4:16 a.m., there it was, a sharp knock, 3 times. From the other side, not random, measured. I froze, the phone trembling in my hand. The knock stopped, followed by a voice, muffled, calm, almost like he was talking through the wall. "Why are you awake?" I didn't answer. I just stared at the recording timer ticking up. Then, quieter. "You shouldn't be awake right now." My heart dropped into my stomach. I bolted up, grabbed my keys, and ran straight out of the apartment, barefoot. I didn't even bother to lock the door behind me. The hallway was silent. All the other doors looked identical, that same dull brown paint, the same silver numbers. His door was slightly open, just enough for the dark inside to look back at me. Something metallic clinked from within. Then, the slow click of a lock turning. I ran. I sat in my car outside the building for an hour before sunrise, watching the windows of his apartment. At one point, the curtain on the far right moved, not like someone brushing past it, but like someone watching me. By 8 a.m., I decided I couldn't do this anymore. I went straight to the landlord's office, still in the same hoodie, still shaking. The landlord, a tired man in his 50s, frowned when I told him what I'd heard. He sighed and said, "You're not the first one." Those words hit harder than anything. He went into a file cabinet, pulled out a folder, and set it on the desk. Inside were complaint slips, all from my floor. Each one mentioned the man in 3B. The dates went back years. He told me, "Police came once, said they didn't find anything unusual. He's quiet, pays rent on time. No reason to evict." I asked him who had lived in my unit before me. He flipped a few papers, hesitated, then said quietly, "A young woman, moved out suddenly, didn't even collect her deposit." I left without saying another word. The building looked the same, but it felt heavier. You know that feeling when you walk into a place where something bad has happened? Like the air itself knows a secret. When I reached my floor, I noticed his door, 3B, was wide open. I froze. The landlord was standing there with two maintenance guys. He turned around when he saw me. "Oh, you're back. They're cleaning out the place." "He's gone." "Gone?" I asked. He nodded. "Vanished last night. Left all his things behind." I looked inside. It was strange. The apartment was spotless, like no one had ever lived there. But in the center of the living room was a single wooden chair, facing the wall we shared, the wall that connected to my bedroom. The landlord muttered, "Weird, right? Police said they'll come back later for a final check." I asked him if they found anything else. He shrugged. "Just this." He handed me a small object sealed in a plastic bag. The police had apparently left it there for now. It was a USB drive. No label. Something about it felt wrong, like holding it too long might invite something in. That night, I sat at my desk staring at the USB drive. Curiosity always wins, doesn't it? So I plugged it in. Took a second to load. Inside was one single folder, sleeper footage. My stomach dropped. I opened it. Dozens of video files, each labeled with a date, one for every night I'd been living there. I clicked on one from 3 weeks ago. The video opened to darkness, then static, then my bedroom. The camera was aimed directly at me. I was asleep, completely unaware. My hand trembled as I moved through the clips. Night after night, different angles. Some from near the foot of the bed. One from above the closet. Another from under the bed. The timestamps went all the way back to my first night in that apartment. But then I noticed something that made my blood run cold. The last file was from the night before he disappeared. The title, "Last Night on P4. I double-clicked it. The video started with the usual darkness. Then I saw my bedroom again. But I wasn't there. My bed was empty. The door was slightly open, and I could hear faint footsteps in the hall. The camera shook, turned slowly toward the closet. And from the gap between the doors, something moved. A man stepped out. He wasn't looking at the camera. He was staring at the wall, the one that led to his apartment. My wall. He smiled faintly, then turned his head toward the camera, toward me. It wasn't the first time he'd looked into a lens. He knew exactly where it was. Then he whispered something almost too soft to hear. "She's awake tonight." The video ended. I slammed the laptop shut, ripped the USB out, and threw it across the room. My breathing was out of control. Then I realized something. The video was from last night, the night I hadn't even been home. So who had he been watching? I slowly turned toward the hallway, and the sound hit me first. A faint knock on my door. 3 times. I stared at the peephole. Nothing. Then, a folded note slid under the door. I didn't want to touch it, but curiosity got the better of me. It was the same kind of clean white paper as before, printed, no handwriting. "You shouldn't have watched." I dropped it, backed away, and called the police immediately. They said they'd send a car, but deep down I knew he was still somewhere close. The apartment next door looked empty, but I could still feel him watching. The police came 20 minutes later. 2 officers, same as before, one older, one younger. Their faces said everything. They didn't quite believe me, but they were too uneasy to dismiss it. I showed them the USB. The older one put on gloves, plugged it into his own laptop, and played the same file, lastnight.mp4. He froze halfway through. The younger one leaned closer, whispering, "That's not from your apartment, is it?" The officer rewound the footage. He paused at the frame where the man whispered, "She's awake tonight." Then he zoomed in. Behind him, reflected in the window, was another shape. Someone standing outside my door. The timestamp matched the exact time I'd been sitting in my car across town. The older officer said quietly, "This isn't a prank." They took the USB, bagged it, and told me not to stay there for the night. Again. But I couldn't leave. My cat, Milo, was still inside. I hadn't seen him since all this started. I begged the officers to help me look. They hesitated, then agreed. We went inside together, flashlights sweeping through the rooms. Everything looked untouched. My bed was neatly made, the closet door shut, the kitchen spotless. "Milo," I whispered. My voice sounded small in the silence. No response. Then the younger officer pointed at the wall, the one shared with the neighbor's apartment. There was a faint, discolored patch near the baseboard. He crouched, ran his fingers over it. "It's damp," he said, "like the wall's sweating." The older cop frowned. "Plumbing issue?" He tapped the drywall. Sounded hollow. He tapped again, softer this time, and something tapped back. Once, twice, 3 times. All of us froze. The younger officer straightened up, his hand instinctively moving toward his gun. "You heard that?" The older one nodded slowly. "Stay here." They moved into the hallway, toward 3B, the supposedly empty unit. I stood by my door, heart pounding, watching them disappear into the dark hall. A minute passed, then another. Then came a bang, loud enough to shake the light fixtures. I screamed. The hallway lights flickered. I wanted to run, but my legs wouldn't move. Finally, the older officer's voice echoed down the hall. "We need backup. Now." I forced myself to step out. The door to 3B was open again. Inside, I saw the younger officer standing near the window, flashlight trembling. On the floor, beneath a loose floorboard, was a shallow pit. Inside, tangled wires, a small monitor, and a camera feed still running. One of the screens showed my own bedroom. Live. The timestamp ticked by in real time. And there, lying on my bed, was me. Except I was standing right there in the hallway. I stumbled backward, shaking my head. "That's not possible," I whispered. The officer turned the flashlight toward me, his eyes wide. "Then who is that?" He stormed into my room while the other called for backup. I followed, against every instinct screaming not to. The door was open. The bed was empty, but the sheets were still indented, warm, like someone had just been there seconds ago. The younger officer pointed toward the wall again. The sound was back. Faint breathing, this time right inside the drywall. He pressed his ear against it, then suddenly pulled back, eyes wide. "There's..." Before he could finish, something slammed from the other side. A hard, echoing thud that sent cracks up the plaster. We both stumbled back. The officer aimed his gun. The wall thudded again, harder this time, like something or someone was trying to push through. Then it stopped. Silence. The sound of footsteps moving away, fading deeper into the wall. That night, they sealed both apartments. The police said they'd call in a special unit in the morning to check the structure. But I knew it wasn't the building. He had been living inside it. And now he wasn't in the wall anymore. Somewhere between the drywall, the vents, and the crawl spaces of that old complex, he was still moving. And somehow he'd filmed me from angles I still can't find. They told me to pack a bag and leave for the night, that they'd call when it was safe. But how do you leave when you know the danger doesn't stop at the front door? I didn't sleep. I stayed at my friend Lena's place again, the one person who still believed every word. I played her the recordings, showed her the footage, the messages, everything. She sat there quietly, hands pressed over her mouth. When I was done, she said one thing. "You're not going back there. Ever." I wanted to agree, but something inside me needed to understand. The next morning, I went back. Police tape stretched across my apartment and the one next door. The hallway was quiet, too quiet. I waited until the officers outside went down to their car. Then I slipped under the tape and into 3B. The place looked stripped. All the furniture was gone except for that single wooden chair, still facing the wall. On the wall, I noticed something new. A square cut out of drywall about 2 feet wide had been removed. Behind it was a crawl space, dark and narrow. My stomach turned. The air smelled of dust, sweat, and something metallic. Maybe rust. Or blood. I turned on my phone flashlight and shone it inside. It was bigger than I expected, like a hidden tunnel running along the back of the wall. Wires, pipes, insulation, and in between them, little openings that looked directly into other apartments, including mine. I crawled inside before I could talk myself out of it. Every inch of the space made me shiver. The walls were covered in faint scratches, some like initials, others like tally marks. About 10 feet in, I found a box. A plain cardboard box, taped shut. I pulled it out, wiped the dust away, and opened it. Inside were photos, hundreds of them, all of tenants who had lived on this floor. Some sleeping, some brushing their teeth, others just sitting in their living rooms. Each photo labeled with a name and date. By the time I realized what had just happened, my hands were shaking uncontrollably. The photo from Lena's kitchen wasn't old. It was live, real time. Someone had taken it right now. I didn't know if I should scream, cry, or run. I did all three at once, pacing the small apartment, my eyes darting to every corner, every window, every shadow. Lena watched quietly, her hand over her mouth. I could tell she was terrified, but I had become something else entirely. Alert, panicked, and suspicious of everything. I tried calling the police again, but the line went dead, just like before. I couldn't reach anyone. My phone buzzed again. Another unknown number. "You're not safe there either." I threw the phone across the room. It bounced off the wall and skidded under the couch. I sank to the floor, covering my face. My mind raced. Then Lena spoke, quietly, almost whispering. "He's inside the building. He hasn't left. He's always watching." I shook my head violently. "No, that's impossible. They cleared the place. They didn't clear the crawl spaces. They didn't check the vents. They only sealed 3B. He knows this." I swallowed hard. She was right. He knew everything. He always knew everything. I couldn't sit there anymore. I had to act. I grabbed a flashlight, a kitchen knife, anything that might defend me. Lena tried to stop me, but I told her I needed to see for myself, to finally understand. We returned to the building under the cover of darkness. The police had left for the night. Every apartment was dark. Every hallway silent. Too silent. I stepped into the first unit above 3B. Empty. No furniture, no people, nothing. Just the faint smell of dust. Then I noticed it. A small square of drywall near the closet. Loose. I pressed my ear to it. First, nothing. Then soft scratching. Scratching that seemed to follow a pattern. Tap, tap, tap. Pause, tap, tap. I nearly vomited. I motioned for Lena to stay back and pulled the drywall open. Inside, a narrow crawl space, the same one I had found in 3B. But this one was different. There were wires, cameras, and small monitors. But more importantly, there were footprints in the dust. Fresh footprints leading deeper into the crawl space. I swallowed hard. My heart pounded. I had to know who was there. I crawled in, following the tracks. Every step made me tense. Every creak in the floor above me sounded like thunder. The crawl space twisted and turned, narrow passages connecting multiple apartments. And then I saw him, standing at the far end, partially hidden by a wall. Watching, calm, collected. He was thin, tall, hair falling into his eyes, just like in the video. His eyes met mine. No expression, but an undeniable intensity. I froze. He took a single step forward. "I told you, you can't hide from me." I grabbed the nearest wire and swung it like a whip. It hit him, and he didn't flinch. He simply raised a hand, and the monitors around him flickered. Each screen now showed me every apartment, every hallway, every angle. I realized then he didn't need to move to watch me. He had cameras everywhere. He smiled faintly. You think the crawl spaces are dangerous? No, the building itself is mine. Every wall, every vent, every floorboard, my eyes are everywhere. I backed away, my flashlight trembling, and stumbled into a corner, my chest heaving. I could feel him closing in, even without seeing him move. And then a sound from above. Footsteps, heavy, deliberate, coming down the hallway outside. He turned his head toward the noise, listening. His attention split. That was my chance. I bolted, crawled backward as fast as I could, ducking into a side passage. My hands scraped the insulation and wires. Dust filled my lungs. Finally, I saw a light, the exit to another hallway. I scrambled out, gasping, and ran straight for the stairs. Behind me, I could hear him moving through the crawl space. Faster now, the sound of metal scraping wood, the faint thud of boots on floorboards. I didn't look back. I didn't stop. I burst out of the building into the cold night air. The street was empty. My lungs burned. My legs ached. Somewhere inside, he was still there, waiting, watching, patient, calculating. I knew this wasn't over, not by a long shot. I ran until the building was just a fading shape behind me, swallowed by the night. My lungs burned, my heartbeat in my ears. But even as I slowed, even as the wind stung my eyes, I couldn't shake the feeling that he was still there. Not just behind me, but around me. Like his presence had left the walls and was now hiding inside every sound, every shadow. Lena caught up a few blocks later. She didn't speak. She just grabbed my arm and steered me into a 24-hour diner across the street. The smell of burnt coffee and cheap syrup felt grounding. Normal. For a moment, we sat in the corner booth, trembling hands around hot mugs we never drank from. Neither of us said anything until the waitress left. Finally, Lena whispered, "We have to tell someone else. The media, the news, someone who'll listen." I nodded, but my voice barely worked. "He's still in there." She frowned. "You're sure?" I looked out the window toward my apartment building. The top floor light flickered once, then went out completely. "I'm sure." We stayed at the diner until sunrise. My phone buzzed constantly. Calls from the police, messages from the landlord, even unknown numbers that I didn't dare open. When daylight finally came, we drove straight to the station. I told them everything. Again, the USB, the crawl spaces, the photos, the man. I even drew a map of the tunnels I'd seen. The detective, a tall woman with dark circles under her eyes, listened carefully. She didn't interrupt, didn't look away. When I finished, she said, "We've been inside that building all morning." I froze. "And," she sighed, "the crawl space is real. It runs behind every unit, but it's old, parts of it have collapsed. We found some of the cameras you mentioned, but they were dead. No recordings, no signals. Whoever set them up knew what they were doing." My stomach tightened. "Did you find him?" She hesitated, then said quietly, "No, but we found something else." She placed a clear evidence bag on the table. Inside was a photo, printed, clean, and perfect. It was Lena and me, sitting in the diner. The timestamp, 3:17 a.m., exactly when we were there. Lena gasped. I felt my throat close. "How?" The detective shook her head. There were no cameras pointed into the diner, none that matched this angle. She leaned forward. "We need to know if either of you have been contacted again." My phone buzzed right then. All three of us jumped. I pulled it out with trembling hands. Another unknown number. No text this time, just a video file. The detective nodded for me to open it. It began with darkness. Then, slowly, the image came into focus. A small room, concrete walls, a single wooden chair. Someone sat in the chair back to the camera. Long hair. Familiar pasture. It was me, but I was sitting completely still, head tilted slightly downward, like I was asleep. Then the voice came. You left too early. I wasn't finished showing you. The detective snatched the phone and ended the playback. Where did this come from? She asked sharply. I shook my head, speechless. I didn't know what to say. She turned to Lena. You two need to go somewhere safe. Now, we'll handle this. They put us in a temporary safe house, one of those small, plain apartments used for witness protection. Blank white walls, locked windows, a deadbolt on every door. For the first time in days, I thought maybe I could breathe again. But at 2 a.m., I woke to a faint noise. Not a knock, not breathing, just static. I followed the sound to the small TV in the living room. It was on, fuzzy screen. Then the picture sharpened. My apartment building, 3rd floor, my old window, and standing in front of it, looking out into the night, was him. He raised his hand slowly, waved once, then pointed straight at the camera. The feed cut to black. The house felt colder after the police left. They said they'd continue the investigation, but I could tell they didn't really believe me. Not completely. I was just the nervous neighbor who'd called too many times. The kind of person they file under concerned citizen and quietly forget once they get back to the station. I stood in my living room, hands shaking, staring through the blinds at Mr. Becker's apartment. His lights were still on, that soft yellow glow leaking out into the night like nothing bad had ever happened there. But something had. I could feel it. The air itself seemed wrong. Every few minutes, I thought I heard movement from his place. Footsteps, the chair scraping, maybe even a low hum. My mind told me I was imagining it. That trauma plays tricks, but deep down I knew I wasn't. That night, I didn't try to sleep. I sat on the floor with my back to the wall, listening, waiting for proof that I wasn't crazy. Around 2 a.m. it came. A faint thud, then another, then silence. I crept to the wall we shared and pressed my ear against it. The sound was rhythmic now, heavy, slow, dragging. My heart started pounding. I reached for my phone, ready to record it this time. If the police wouldn't believe me, I'd give them proof. I hit record and held my breath. The dragging sound stopped. Then something new. A voice, muffled but close. Too close. You shouldn't have come here. It was Becker. I froze. He was talking to someone. They always stick their nose in, and then they find out. My stomach dropped. There was another sound, softer, like a whimper. Someone else was in there. I didn't think. I just ran to my door, yanked it open, and stormed into the hall. Becker's door was locked, but I could see the faint flicker of movement through the peephole. Hey! I shouted. Who's in there? The movement stopped. Then, the sound of footsteps approaching. For a heartbeat, I thought he was coming to the door. I stepped back, halfway between fear and adrenaline. Then the footsteps stopped right on the other side of the door. And then, a single knock. Not loud, just one deliberate knock. My phone was still in my hand. I thought about dialing 911, but my fingers wouldn't move. My body felt frozen. Then the voice, calm, steady, and far too close. Why don't you come in, neighbor? My breath hitched. I didn't answer. I turned and ran back to my apartment, slammed the door, locked it, and backed away until my shoulders hit the wall. For the rest of the night, I didn't move. Not even when I heard footsteps pacing the hallway hours later. By morning, the building was silent again. Becker's lights were off. His car was gone. And I finally saw it. A dark smear near the doorframe, half hidden by shadow. Dried, rusty brown. Blood. I took the recording to the police that afternoon. They told me they'd look into it. But the detective's face said what his words didn't. There was nothing they could do without a warrant. That night, I packed a bag. I didn't care about the lease or my stuff. I just needed to leave. But when I stepped into the hallway, Becker's door was open. Just a crack. Enough to see the edge of the frame and something glinting on the floor, metal, dull silver, like a key. My heart thudded in my throat. He was gone. I could just take a look, grab proof, and get out. I pushed the door slowly. It creaked open, revealing darkness and a faint smell. Copper, bleach, something sweet and rotten underneath. And then I saw it. The living room floor was covered in plastic sheeting. The walls stripped of pictures, the couch gone. In its place, a single chair, and beside it, a camera on a tripod. I didn't have time to process it before I heard the floorboard creak behind me. I spun around. There he was, Mr. Becker, standing in the doorway, smiling faintly, one hand holding the doorknob. "Leaving so soon?" he asked softly. The door slammed shut. The second I saw him, my stomach dropped. The faint smile on his face didn't belong to a normal person. It belonged to someone who had rehearsed this moment over and over, like he'd imagined it in every possible scenario, and he had anticipated my every move. I tried to speak, but my voice faltered. What do you want?" He tilted his head slightly, studying me as if I were a fragile experiment. "I want you to see," he said calmly, "to understand what it's like to live inside someone else's world without them knowing, to feel the eyes you can't escape." My heart raced. Every instinct screamed at me to run, but the door behind me had locked with a soft click as I'd entered. That wasn't accidental. "You've been everywhere I've been," he continued. "Watching, listening, thinking you could escape. But you can't. You never could." I tried the doorknob. Locked. I tugged at the handle, twisted it, pushed. Nothing. He stepped closer, slow and deliberate. I could see the faint glint of something metallic in his hand. A small box cutter, the kind that could easily slice through drywall. "Don't even think about screaming," he whispered. "No one will hear you." I backed into the corner, my body pressed against the wall. The chair, the same one he had placed in the center of the room when I first saw him, was behind him now, positioned perfectly for control. I realized with sudden horror, the entire room was set up. Every angle, every shadow, every piece of furniture was deliberate. A stage, and I was the unwilling audience. He knelt slowly beside the chair. "Sit," he said. I didn't move. He didn't raise his voice, but the weight of his presence made it impossible to resist. Slowly, I sank into the chair, my hands gripping the edges. "You've seen the cameras, the crawl spaces, the tunnels," he said, "but you've never truly understood why." I tried to process his words, but my mind was clouded with fear. "Why?" I asked, my voice barely audible. "Because people ignore what's around them. They walk through life blind. But I see. I notice. I watch. Every moment matters. Every sound, every breath, every little secret. That's what I collect. That's what I control." He stood and moved to a wall lined with monitors, dozens of them still flickering, showing every apartment in the building. Some images were old, some live. And then my stomach sank. One screen showed Lena's apartment. Live. He turned back to me, expression calm. "You thought you were safe here? No. The network extends further than you know. Your friends, your family, every place you think is secure, is just another corner of my maze." I shivered. The reality was suffocating. He wasn't just a man. He was a cyst. "What do you mean?" I asked, panic rising. He smiled faintly. "I've already uploaded the first batch. The videos, the images, everything you've seen, every private moment. They're already out there. The world is watching you now. And there's nothing you can do to stop it." I felt my chest tighten. The walls weren't just watching anymore. The building wasn't just watching. He had reached beyond it, into the digital world, into my life. I needed to move. I had to think, but every instinct screamed that any sudden motion would trigger him. And then, quietly, almost as if he were testing me, "You could try to escape. But remember, I know everything. Every route, every exit, every moment you think is safe." I swallowed hard. I realized I had one choice. I had to fight, but carefully. Every step had to be calculated. Every movement predicted. My mind raced, searching for a flaw in his plan, any possible weakness. He moved toward the monitors again, fingers dancing across the buttons, adjusting angles, zooming in on cameras. His back was turned. I took a deep breath, remembering every layout I'd ever seen. The crawl spaces, the vents, the walls, the doors. One route, one small chance might let me slip out. Slowly, I reached toward the knife on the table beside the chair, trying to keep my hands steady. My pulse was deafening. He didn't notice. Not yet. And that's when I realized I wasn't just fighting for myself anymore. I had to survive to warn Lena, to warn anyone who could be next. Because if I failed, no one else would ever know what really happened behind those walls. When he turned back toward the screens, I moved. Quiet, fast, every ounce of fear channeled into instinct. My fingers closed around the knife handle, cold and slick from the condensation on the plastic sheet beneath it. But the sound of the metal scraping against the table betrayed me. Becker spun around, faster than I thought a man his age could move. His hand came down on my wrist with bone-crushing force, slamming it against the chair arm. "Ah!" I cried out. The knife clattered to the floor, sliding across the plastic. His calm voice returned, quiet but full of fury. "You just don't listen, do you?" He leaned close, his breath sour, his eyes unblinking. "You could have been smart. You could have just watched." I stared back at him, trembling. "You killed them, didn't you?" I hissed. "Lena, the others, you killed them all." His expression didn't change, but the faint twitch in his jaw said everything. "People disappear all the time," he said flatly. "Some because they're careless, some because they ask questions." I pushed against him with all the strength I had. He stumbled back, just enough. I dove for the floor, fingers scraping the plastic until I found the knife again. I swung wildly, not thinking, just surviving. He dodged the first swing, but the second caught his arm. He screamed, staggering back into the wall of monitors. Sparks flew as one of them shattered. For a second, I thought about finishing it, but my brain screamed one word: run. I bolted for the door. He lunged after me, grabbing my sleeve. The fabric tore, my shoulder burning as I ripped free. I slammed against the lock. It wouldn't budge. He was coming again. I hit it once more, harder this time, shoulder first. The frame cracked, and I fell into the hallway. I ran barefoot, knife still in my hand, heart in my throat. The corridor stretched endlessly ahead. Behind me, I heard him yell. Not words, just sound. Rage and disbelief twisted into one noise. "You can't hide." I hit the stairwell door, nearly tripping on the first step down. The world spun, my lungs burning. I kept running, past the mailboxes, through the cracked lobby door, out into the freezing night. The street lights burned yellow against the empty asphalt. No cars, no movement, just silence. And then the sirens. Somewhere far off, getting closer. When I looked back, Becker was standing in the doorway, framed by the flickering light. Blood darkened his sleeve, but he wasn't chasing me anymore. He was just smiling. He raised one hand and pointed toward me, slow and deliberate, like a director ending a scene. Then he turned and walked back inside. The police took my statement again. This time, they couldn't ignore it. They searched the building top to bottom. But when they entered Becker's apartment, it was empty. The plastic sheeting, the monitors, the chair, gone. Every trace of what I saw had been cleaned out, like it had never existed. They found no fingerprints, no blood. The only thing left behind was a small flash drive, taped to the underside of the kitchen counter. When the detective plugged it in, there was just one video file. It was me, sitting in that chair. From a camera angle I hadn't even noticed. My eyes wide, terrified, staring right into the lens. The timestamp was from 30 minutes before the police arrived. They never found Becker. His name wasn't even real. The lease was under a false identity. Every record led to a dead end. I moved cities after that, changed jobs, tried to forget. But sometimes late at night I still feel it. The hum of a camera that isn't there. The faint buzz of electricity behind the walls. And sometimes, when I check my phone, I find a new notification. A video link. No sender. Just the title. The Girl Who Watched Too Much. I never open it. But deep down, I already know what's in it.
Good evening, and welcome back to Midnight Radio True Crime. I'm so glad you've joined us tonight. Wherever you are, tucked under a blanket, maybe listening to the soft hum of a fan or the rain tapping your window, perhaps lying on your side with just a sliver of light. Thank you for choosing to spend this night with us. Take a moment to settle in. Let the day's stress slip away, and allow yourself to sink into the quiet hours. This story will guide you gently, even as it leaves a trace of unease that lingers in the back of your mind. And as always, we love hearing from our listeners. Leave a comment and tell us which city you're tuning in from tonight. It's a small way of reminding ourselves that no matter how eerie the night feels, we're never entirely alone. Tonight, our tale is quiet, almost ordinary at first glance, but the ordinary can be deceptive. One last delivery, one address that doesn't quite feel right, one night that never leaves the memory of the person who experienced it. And now, listen closely as tonight's storyteller takes us through every moment of that night, a night that still haunts them today.
My name is Ryan, and I drive deliveries for one of those food apps that never sleep. Most nights are routine. Pick up, drop off, maybe a small tip, maybe a sleepy thank you from a late night customer. But the night of delivery number 42, it wasn't routine at all. It's the kind of night that stays with you, the kind you replay in your mind over and over, wondering how something so ordinary could turn so wrong so quickly. I had been on the road since noon, chasing bonuses that never seemed worth the hours. By 10:47 p.m., I was ready to call it a night when my phone buzzed. Order number 42. I glanced at the screen and muttered a half laugh, half sigh. 42, lucky number, huh? The pickup was at Bangkok Express, my usual spot on Maple Street. Easy enough. But the drop-off address gave me pause. 218 Willow Lane. I had never heard of Willow Lane, and the map led me through streets I didn't recognize. Streets that felt forgotten even by the city itself. The restaurant was dimly lit, steam rising from the kitchen like wisps of fog. The cook handed me a single brown paper bag, light, almost suspiciously so. No drink, I asked, raising an eyebrow. He shook his head slowly, eyes tired. They always order the same thing, he said quietly. You deliver fast, yes? Before I could reply, he had turned back to wiping the counter, as if speaking further would be pointless. I shrugged and stepped outside, the chill of late October hitting me immediately. Wet asphalt, the tang of fallen leaves, and the faint hum of distant traffic wrapped around me. I climbed into my car, letting the warmth of the heater push back the cold, and followed the GPS directions. The route led me past shuttered warehouses and empty lots, through streets where even the streetlights seemed to have given up flickering. At one point, a gas station appeared, long since closed, windows dusty, a sign swinging with a hollow creak. Willow Lane itself was dimly lit, the streetlights flickering inconsistently, casting long, uneven shadows across the cracked pavement. Houses sat in various stages of decay, overgrown yards, sagging porches, peeling paint. Mail spilled from rusted boxes, crumpled and yellowed from neglect. And then I saw it, 218 Willow Lane. The porch sagged slightly, blue paint flaking like old skin. Only one upstairs window emitted a faint yellow glow, pale and artificial. I felt a shiver run down my spine, the kind you can't shake even with a blast of the heater. The app's instructions were simple. Leave at the door. Don't knock. I parked carefully, grabbed the bag, and stepped onto the porch. The boards creaked under my weight. The night was impossibly quiet. Not a single car passed, not a dog barked, not even the wind seemed to move. And then I heard it. A soft dragging sound from inside the house, deliberate and slow, like someone moving furniture. I froze. My pulse spiked. I whispered, almost to myself, "Hello!" Silence. I snapped a photo of the doorstep for proof of delivery and started back toward my car. My shoes crunched against gravel, loud in the oppressive quiet. Then, the faintest creak, the door at 218 Willow Lane began to open. A sliver of light spilled onto the porch, catching dust in the air, giving it an almost unreal golden glow. I called out, louder this time, "Your food's here." Nothing. The shadow in the doorway didn't move. Could it have been a man, or someone, or something else entirely? And then the light inside went out. Complete darkness swallowed the house. I slid into the car, trying to convince myself it was just my imagination. But as I glanced into the rearview mirror, I could see the door still open, and in that narrow line of darkness, I thought I saw movement. A subtle shift, the glint of an eye catching the faint light of my taillights. I told myself it was nothing, just a trick of the night. Even now, months later, driving past empty streets or forgotten houses, I feel that same chill crawl up my spine. That night, delivery number 42 changed everything about the way I see quiet streets, abandoned houses, and orders that seem normal at first glance. I didn't sleep well that night, not really. Even after pulling away from 218 Willow Lane and trying to convince myself it was nothing, the image of that single glowing window lingered in my mind. I kept replaying the moment I thought I saw movement in the doorway, the way the air felt thicker on that porch, the faint dragging sound from inside the house. The next morning, I woke to an ache in my shoulders and a tightness in my chest. I didn't know if it was fear, tension, or just the weight of a long day of driving, but it clung to me. I sat at the kitchen table, staring at my phone, scrolling through the delivery history. That was when I realized something strange. Order number 42 was gone. Not just the tip or the delivery note, the whole order had vanished from my history. No address, no confirmation, no record that it had ever existed. First, I thought maybe the app glitched. I'd seen it happen before, but something told me it wasn't a glitch. Something told me the house at 218 Willow Lane wasn't an ordinary delivery stop. I tried to go about my day normally. I ran errands, stopped for gas, even grabbed lunch from the same restaurant I'd picked up the order from. But every time I closed my eyes, I saw that single window glowing in the dark. Every time my phone buzzed with another order, I felt a moment of panic, imagining a repeat of the night before. By evening, I found myself driving past Willow Lane again, almost without thinking. The streets were still quiet, shadows stretching long under the flickering streetlights. And then I saw it, the house. The same sagging porch, the same peeling paint, the single upstairs window lit like a faint beacon in the darkness. I parked a block away, heart hammering, and just watched. For minutes that felt like hours, nothing happened. And yet, I couldn't shake the feeling that someone or something was inside, waiting, watching. I couldn't see a figure, couldn't hear footsteps, but the tension in the air was palpable. Finally, curiosity and some irrational sense of obligation drove me closer. Maybe it was the delivery driver in me, needing closure, needing to understand why the order had disappeared. I stepped onto the porch again. The boards groaned under my weight, louder than I expected. The door was closed this time. No sound, no glow. I pressed the doorbell out of habit. Nothing. My hand hovered over the doorknob. It was cold, surprisingly so, even for the night. Then, from somewhere deep inside the house, I heard it. A faint whisper, almost inaudible. I thought I imagined it at first, but then it came again. A sound like someone moving softly, careful not to alert me to their presence. I stepped back instinctively. My instincts screamed at me to leave, to run, to drive away and never look back. But part of me wanted to see. Part of me needed to know. I reached for my phone, ready to call someone, anyone, when I noticed the front window on the first floor. Curtains had shifted slightly. A shadow passed behind them, subtle and quick, but enough to freeze me in place. My heart pounded so hard I thought it might burst. And then I heard it clearly, a sound that will never leave me. Footsteps on the wooden floor, moving slowly, deliberately, coming closer to the door. I stepped back, nearly tripping over the edge of the porch. My hands shook as I gripped the phone tighter. I wanted to leave, and yet I couldn't pull my eyes away from the house. The footsteps stopped. Silence. Then, the door creaked open just a fraction, and I caught a glimpse of movement in the threshold. A shape that didn't belong. I don't know how long I stood there, frozen, unsure whether to run or to move forward. But in that moment, I realized something undeniable. Whatever was inside, it had been waiting for someone like me. And just like that, the night shifted. The calm, ordinary world of streetlights and empty houses had disappeared. Every instinct screamed that I was no longer just a delivery driver. I was a witness. And then, a sound from inside the house that made my blood run cold. Something dragging again. Louder this time, deliberate, heavy. Not a chair or table, but something that shouldn't have been moved. I stumbled back to my car, fumbling with the keys, my hands slick with sweat. The engine roared to life, headlights cutting through the dark. But even as I pulled away, I could feel it. Eyes on me, watching, waiting. That night I couldn't sleep, couldn't eat. And when I told myself I had imagined it all, the sound of dragging furniture replayed in my mind over and over, mocking me. I didn't know then that this was only the beginning. The house had a story, one I wasn't supposed to uncover. And by the time I realized the truth, it would be too late to turn back. I couldn't stop thinking about the house, even after that night. Sleep came only in short, restless bursts, haunted by the image of the glowing upstairs window and the sound of something heavy being dragged across the floor. I tried to convince myself it was my imagination, but deep down I knew it wasn't. By the next evening, I found myself driving past Willow Lane again. The streets were quiet, unnervingly so, the kind of silence that presses against your ears and makes every distant sound feel amplified. The house sat there like it always had, peeling blue paint, sagging porch, the single yellow window faintly glowing. I parked a little farther down the street this time, the engine still running, and watched. My stomach churned with a mix of fear and morbid curiosity. Something inside me wouldn't let it go. Something told me I had to know what had happened the night before. After what felt like an eternity, I finally stepped out of the car and made my way to the porch. My shoes crunched against the dry leaves scattered across the steps. I hesitated, hand hovering over the doorknob. The faint glow of the window upstairs made the shadows inside the house seem to stretch and move in impossible ways. I took a deep breath and turned the knob. The door swung open slowly, almost reluctantly, revealing a hallway coated in dust and darkness. The smell hit me immediately, a mixture of mildew, old wood, and something else I couldn't quite identify, something faintly metallic and sharp. My pulse jumped. I stepped inside. The floorboards groaned under my weight. My flashlight, small but reliable, illuminated a narrow corridor lined with old wallpaper, peeling at the edges, revealing water-stained plaster beneath. Every creak echoed through the empty house, making it feel larger, emptier, and somehow alive. I moved cautiously, each step deliberate. My mind ran through all the possibilities. Rats, a vagrant hiding inside, a loose floorboard, anything to explain what I had heard the night before. But nothing in my experience could account for the sound of dragging furniture, the fleeting shadow in the doorway, or the sense that someone or something had been watching me from inside. The living room was empty, but signs of occupation were unmistakable. A chair was overturned. A layer of dust disrupted in a perfect path from the front door to the back of the room. Papers scattered across the floor, some torn, some crumpled, as if someone had been rifling through them in a hurry. I knelt to examine them. Most were old letters and bills, yellowed with age, but one envelope caught my attention. It wasn't addressed to anyone I recognized. It had only the number 42 scrawled in a messy hand across the front. My stomach tightened. I heard the dragging sound again, faint at first, coming from the staircase that led upstairs. My flashlight trembled in my hand. I debated turning around and leaving, but some part of me, curiosity, foolish bravery, or an inexplicable need to confront whatever was inside, pushed me forward. Step by step, I climbed the staircase. The sound grew louder, heavier. I realized with a jolt that it wasn't just dragging furniture, it was dragging something alive, something struggling. At the top of the stairs, the hallway stretched before me, the single lit window at the end of the hall flickering like a heartbeat. I inched toward it, trying to keep my breathing quiet. Each step felt like a lifetime. I passed closed doors, each one threatening to swing open, to reveal whatever was making the sound. And then I saw it. The door at the end of the hall, slightly ajar, shadows spilling out into the hallway. The dragging stopped abruptly, replaced by silence. My heart pounded so loudly I feared it would give me away. I forced myself to take another step, and then another, until I reached the door. Peeking inside, I froze. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. It wasn't a person, not exactly, at least not fully conscious or aware. But there was someone. A human shape, restrained, barely moving, in the dim light of a single lamp. The sight made bile rise in my throat. And then, from somewhere deeper inside the house, I heard another sound. A faint, deliberate whisper. Not a whisper of words I could understand. Just a hiss, a promise, a warning. I stepped back, but in that instant, a floorboard behind me creaked. The whisper stopped. Silence. Then movement. Something shifted in the room, just enough to catch my eye, before vanishing into darkness again. I stumbled back, my flashlight swinging wildly, illuminating the walls in staccato bursts. Couldn't leave, and yet I couldn't stay. Something about the house demanded my attention, and something else told me it wanted to be left alone. I realized then that whatever had happened the night of delivery number 42 wasn't random. It had been waiting for me, watching, testing, and now I had crossed a line I could never uncross. The hallway seemed endless, stretching like a tunnel into a place I wasn't sure I wanted to go. My flashlight trembled in my hand, every creak of the floor beneath me echoing like a warning. I couldn't shake the feeling that someone, or something, was just out of sight, watching, waiting. I moved toward the door at the end of the hall again. The dim glow of the single lamp inside flickered, casting shadows that danced across the walls in impossible shapes. My stomach twisted as I realized that the person I had glimpsed wasn't just restrained. They were small, curled up, terrified, and utterly helpless. I stepped closer, careful not to make a sound. The air smelled of mildew and decay, mixed with a sharper, metallic tang that made my stomach churn. The whispering sound returned, softer this time, almost like a sigh, slipping through the cracks in the walls. Then I saw it. A narrow doorway hidden behind an old, hanging tapestry. The fabric was thick and dusty, untouched for years. I hesitated. Something about the door screamed danger, but my instincts as a delivery driver, or maybe my morbid curiosity, forced me closer. The door was small, just wide enough for a person to squeeze through. I pushed it gently. It creaked in protest, revealing a dark, narrow staircase leading downward. The air that escaped smelled damp, like the inside of a cellar that hadn't been opened in decades. My heart pounded so hard I feared it would burst through my chest. I debated turning back, but the faint noise of movement from below drew me forward. Step by step, I descended, the wooden stairs groaning under my weight. The flashlight barely penetrated the darkness, illuminating cobwebs and dust particles floating like tiny stars in a black void. At the bottom, I found myself in a small, windowless room. The walls were bare, except for deep scratches that etched across the wood like some kind of warning. And in the middle of the room, lying on a threadbare mattress, was the person I had seen upstairs, a young woman, her eyes wide with fear, hands bound tightly. Her breathing was shallow, and she flinched when I stepped closer. "Hey, it's okay," I whispered, though I wasn't sure if it was. "I'm not going to hurt you." She didn't respond, only stared at me, frozen, as if any movement might trigger some unspeakable consequence. I wanted to ask questions, to demand answers, but the atmosphere of the room kept me rooted in place. The dragging sound I had heard upstairs returned, louder this time, echoing through the house with a rhythm that matched the beat of my racing heart. I scanned the room for anything that could explain this nightmare. A stack of papers lay in a corner, stained and torn, with words I couldn't make sense of. A small box on a shelf rattled slightly, as if something inside were alive. My hands shook, my mind racing with fear and confusion. Then I heard the whisper again, closer this time. Not from the woman, but from somewhere else behind a wall, under the floor, or maybe above the ceiling. The sound was deliberate, taunting, like someone testing my courage. I realized then that the house wasn't just abandoned or boarded up. It was alive in a way I couldn't explain, filled with secrets that were meant to remain hidden. And by stepping inside, I had invited myself into something I might never escape from. The woman looked at me again, desperation in her eyes, and I understood. Whatever had been keeping her here had not finished with her, and it might not be done with me either. I took a step back, my flashlight flickering as the shadows seemed to stretch toward me, closing the space between us and the rest of the house. The walls groaned, almost in response to my presence. And in that moment, I knew this night would change everything. Not just for her, but for me. Something was coming. I could feel it. A presence that had been patient, waiting, and now aware that I had entered its domain. The sound of dragging grew louder, closer, resonating through the very floor beneath my feet. I had no idea what I was about to face, but I knew one thing with certainty. There was no turning back now. I barely registered the stairs behind me anymore, my focus consumed by the woman on the mattress and the strange, deliberate sounds that reverberated through the house. The dragging upstairs, the soft, rhythmic scraping of something heavy against wood, had grown louder, more confident, like it knew I was down here, watching, waiting. The woman's eyes flicked to the stairs behind me. I hadn't noticed before, but her glance carried the weight of warning. A subtle shift in posture that told me she had been listening to that sound far longer than I had. She hadn't said a word, but the tension in her body spoke volumes. I don't know how long you've been down here, I whispered, crouching closer to her. Are you hurt? Her lips parted slightly, a small gasp, but no sound came. The fear in her eyes was unmistakable, deepened by the shadows playing across the walls from my flashlight. I realized then how alone she must have felt in this room. Trapped, unheard, invisible. The dragging noise intensified upstairs, accompanied now by something else. The faint creak of a floorboard shifting, followed by the metallic rattle of a chain. My stomach turned. Whoever or whatever had been moving around this house wasn't doing it by accident. I glanced at the small staircase I had descended to reach the hidden room. Going back up meant crossing the hallway, passing that ominous source of noise. But leaving her here alone wasn't an option. Can you stand? I asked, keeping my voice low. My hands shook as I reached for her. She nodded slightly, her movements stiff, practiced, trained to be quiet, careful. My mind raced with questions, but I forced myself to focus. Step by step, I guided her toward the stairs. Each movement was deliberate, slow, trying to make as little sound as possible. The dragging and rattling above seemed to sense us, as if it were aware of our intent. The rhythm changed, heavier, faster, almost impatient. I reached the bottom of the hidden staircase. My flashlight caught the edges of the hallway above. Dark, silent, oppressive. The faint light from the window at the end of the hall seemed dimmer now, almost swallowed by shadows. I placed my hand on the wall and whispered, "We're going upstairs. Slowly. We'll be okay." She didn't reply, only clung to my arm as we began our ascent. Every creak of the stairs echoed loudly. Every scraping sound above us amplified in the tension that filled the house. My heart was pounding so hard I feared it might betray our movements. As we reached the top landing, I realized something. The hallway seemed longer than I remembered. Shadows stretched unnaturally along the walls, deepening around closed doors that might hide anything. My flashlight flickered for the first time, the beam weakening, forcing me to hold it closer, to narrow my field of vision. The dragging sound paused. Silence. Then a low, deliberate knock. Not on the door, but on the wall beside us. My stomach sank. Whoever or whatever had been moving around was aware of our presence now. We stopped. I held my breath, straining to hear. Another scrape, this time closer, accompanied by the metallic rattle again. It wasn't random. It was measuring us, testing us, waiting for the wrong move. I looked down the hallway. The door at the far end, the one that had been slightly ajar before, was now fully closed. The glow from inside had vanished completely. My mind screamed at me to turn back, to leave, but the woman's eyes met mine, trusting me, needing me. "Keep moving," I whispered. My voice was barely audible. Just a few more steps. The floor beneath us groaned with each careful step. Every shadow, every flicker of light made my skin crawl. The air was thick, heavy, smelling faintly of mildew and something metallic, something sharp. And then, a sound I'll never forget. A dragging, slow, deliberate movement came from the door at the end of the hallway. It was heavy, measured, and unmistakable. Not a chair, not furniture. Something else. Something alive. I froze. The woman froze. Every instinct told me to run, to get out of that house before it was too late. But I couldn't leave her. Not now. Not after everything I'd already seen. And that's when I realized the night of delivery number 42 was far from over. Whatever awaited us behind that door wasn't just a threat. It was something that had been waiting a long time, and it had no intention of letting anyone leave easily. We stopped at the top of the hall, just a few steps from the door. The dragging sounds had grown louder, deliberate, almost taunting. My flashlight shook in my hand, and I could feel the woman gripping my arm tightly. Her eyes were wide with terror, but there was a flicker of determination there too. A silent plea to face whatever waited. I took a slow, steadying breath. "We have to see what's behind that door," I whispered. "We can't keep hiding forever." The hallway seemed to stretch as I approached the door. Each step made the floorboards groan, echoing through the silent house. Shadows danced along the walls from the flickering flashlight beam, making it impossible to tell what was real and what was just my imagination. I reached the doorknob and hesitated. The metal was cold, almost icy, biting into my palm. The dragging stopped. Silence. Every instinct screamed at me to run, but I couldn't. Not with her beside me, not after everything we had seen. I pushed the door open slowly. It creaked just enough to let the shadows spill into the hallway. Inside, the room was dimly lit by a single bare bulb swinging from the ceiling. Dust motes floated in the light, disturbed by the faint movements of the air. And then I saw it. A figure, hunched, moving methodically, dragging a large, heavy object across the floor. The metallic clink of chains accompanied the scraping sound. I froze, unable to tear my eyes away. It wasn't a person in the traditional sense. The way it moved was methodical, almost robotic, and yet disturbingly human in its deliberate control. The woman beside me gasped softly, her breath quickening. I could feel her trembling against my side. My mind raced. Who was this? What were they doing? And why did it feel like they had been expecting us? I took a cautious step forward. The figure stopped. Silence filled the room, broken only by our own breathing. My flashlight illuminated the object it was dragging. A chair, heavy and worn, with ropes tied around it. And on the chair, another figure, small, curled up, terrified. My stomach churned. The first figure turned slightly. I couldn't see their face clearly. The shadows swallowed it. But there was an unmistakable weight in the way they moved, a predatory patience that made every hair on my body stand on end. "Stay behind me," I whispered to the woman. My voice was barely audible, but firm. Every instinct screamed that the next few moments could determine whether we survived the night. I took another step, and the figure reacted instantly. A slow, deliberate shuffle toward us, the dragging sound returning with renewed intensity. My heart raced, my hands slick with sweat on the flashlight. The woman clutched my arm tighter, her nails digging into my sleeve. I tried to speak, to reason, but the words caught in my throat. The figure paused, as if assessing our resolve, testing whether we were intruders or prey. The room felt smaller, the air heavier, every shadow a threat. And then, without warning, the figure moved again. Faster this time, the ropes on the chair clattering against the floor. The sound reverberated through the hallway, filling the house with a rhythm that made my pulse pound in time. We were trapped. No easy escape. Every exit seemed farther away, more unreachable. And I realized, with a sickening clarity, that this night, delivery number 42 was far from over. Whatever had been waiting in that house had revealed only a fragment of its presence. And I had no idea how much worse it could get. The room seemed to shrink around us, shadows pressing in from every corner. The figure with the chair froze momentarily, then resumed its deliberate movements, dragging the heavy object with a precision that was almost surgical. My pulse raced, and the woman's grip on my arm was vice-like, grounding me, reminding me that we weren't alone in this nightmare. I forced myself to breathe, trying to focus on details, anything that could give me an advantage. The ropes on the chair were thick, frayed, and old, but secure. Whoever had tied them had done it methodically, with purpose. This wasn't random. This wasn't the work of someone desperate or reckless. This was calculated, controlled. The figure paused again, glancing toward the doorway, and for a moment, I could see a hint of movement, a flicker of recognition, as if it knew I was studying it. My flashlight trembled in my hand. I knew we had to act, to do something, but every instinct screamed caution. One wrong move and I didn't even want to imagine the consequences. The woman whispered, "We have to get her out." Her voice was barely audible, but it carried a fierce determination that surprised me. I nodded, understanding instantly. Whoever was behind this had been patient, waiting for someone like me, someone with no reason to be there. But now that we knew, there was no turning back. I inched closer, keeping the flashlight aimed just enough to illuminate the ropes without drawing too much attention. The figure paused again, tilting its head as if listening. I froze, heart hammering. The dragging sound from before had stopped, replaced by silence so thick it pressed against my ears. Then I saw it, a small door partially hidden behind a shelf. I hadn't noticed it before, but the way the shadows clung to it suggested it was rarely used, almost forgotten. I realized instinctively that this could be another exit, a way to get the woman out safely. "Over there," I whispered, pointing subtly. She nodded and moved carefully, every step measured, silent. My hands shook as I guided her toward the hidden door. Every creak of the floorboard beneath us made my stomach twist in fear. The figure noticed. It shifted suddenly, the chair scraping against the floor. The sound made us both freeze, our breaths caught in our throats. Its head tilted, slowly, deliberately, and then it moved again, gliding toward us with a purpose that made my blood run cold. I glanced at the bound woman. Her eyes were wide, filled with silent pleas. I had to act fast. I grabbed a nearby shelf, using it to block the figure's path, giving the woman a few precious seconds to reach the hidden door. She slipped through just as the figure lunged, its movement swift and precise. I slammed the shelf down, holding my ground, the dragging sound growing louder, more aggressive. My heart raced, each beat echoing in my ears. The figure paused, assessing me, calculating its next move. I realized in that moment that this wasn't just about the woman. It was about control, about power, about fear itself. The hallway felt endless. Every shadow seemed alive, every whisper in the darkness a threat. I knew I had to follow, had to see where this path led, but the weight of what I had seen pressed down on me. The hidden door opened onto a narrow passageway, dark and suffocating. The woman had already begun moving through it, and I followed, flashlight shaking, illuminating only the immediate space ahead. The sound of dragging echoed behind us, a constant reminder that we were being hunted. I realized then that the house held secrets far beyond what I had imagined. Every corner, every creaking floorboard, every shadow was part of a meticulously crafted nightmare, and we were now trapped within it, forced to navigate its horrors with only our wits and courage. And as we moved deeper into the passage, I couldn't shake the feeling that the worst was yet to come. The hidden passageway was narrow, barely wide enough for the two of us to move side by side. The walls were damp, the smell of mold thick and oppressive. My flashlight flickered again, casting long, wavering shadows that made every surface look alive, crawling. Every step felt amplified, echoing off the walls and into the darkness beyond. The woman stayed close, her shoulder brushing against mine, her breathing shallow but steady. She hadn't said a word since we'd entered the passage, but I could feel her tension as palpably as my own. Whoever had kept her here had trained her to be silent, to move carefully, and the instincts ingrained in her were now saving both our lives. I tried to focus on the details, the texture of the walls, the uneven floorboards, the faint traces of dust that suggested occasional movement. This passage hadn't been used often, perhaps decades at most, but it had been maintained just enough to serve a purpose. And I had a sinking feeling I would soon understand what that purpose was. The faint dragging noise we'd heard upstairs was gone, replaced by a new sound. The soft scuff of something being slid along the floor, faint but deliberate. It seemed to follow us, an echo of the presence above, a reminder that the house wasn't finished with us yet. The passageway took a sharp turn to the left, and I could feel a change in the air, cooler, damper, heavier. I pressed on, urging the woman forward with gentle nudges. Every instinct screamed that we were being watched, measured, evaluated. The air was thick with anticipation, a weight that settled over my shoulders and made each step more labored than the last. Halfway down the corridor, I noticed markings on the wall, faint scratches, symbols etched into the plaster. They weren't letters or numbers, at least not in any language I recognized. They seemed almost ritualistic, like someone had been leaving messages or warnings for decades. I reached out, brushing my fingertips across the grooves. The plaster was dry and crumbly, but the pattern was deliberate, unervingly precise. The woman's whisper broke the silence. "I think there's a door up ahead." I nodded, grateful for her voice. Her knowledge of the house was astounding, considering I'd only known her for a few minutes. But it made sense. She had been trapped here, confined to its horrors for far longer than I had imagined. The door at the end of the passage was small, wooden, and unremarkable, except for the scratches that lined the frame, deep and jagged, like they had been made in a hurry. I hesitated for a moment, flashlight aimed, pulse racing. The dragging sound from above seemed to grow, almost in anticipation, as if the house itself were urging us forward. "Ready," I whispered to her. She nodded, and I slowly pushed the door open. The hinges creaked softly, the sound amplified in the confined space of the passageway. The room beyond was dark, the light from my flashlight revealing a small, cluttered space. Old furniture, dust-covered boxes, and a faint, musty odor filled the air. But what caught my attention, what made my stomach turn, was the floor. Scattered across the wooden boards were footprints, small, bare, and darkened, leading to a large hatch in the center of the room. The hatch was heavy, with iron handles and faint scratches along the edges. The woman whispered again, her voice trembling slightly. That's where they keep it." I froze. My mind raced. Keep what? I took a step closer to the hatch, feeling the cool air rise from beneath it. The dragging sounds, the whispers, the careful patience of the house. It all made sense now. Whatever horrors lay below, they had been carefully concealed, deliberately hidden, and we had stumbled right into the heart of it. I glanced at her and our eyes met. Neither of us spoke. Words were useless now. Everything depended on what we found beneath that hatch. And as I reached for the iron handle, the soft scuffing sound returned, louder this time, coming from somewhere deeper in the house. Something was moving. Something was aware. I took a deep breath, steeling myself for what I was about to uncover, because once that hatch opened, there would be no going back. I braced myself before placing my hands on the iron handles of the hatch. They were cold, rough against my palms, each groove seeming to whisper warnings I didn't want to hear. The woman stood beside me, silent, her eyes wide with fear and anticipation. She had been here before, had seen whatever lay beneath, and yet she had led me this far. That alone told me the danger we were about to uncover was beyond anything I could have imagined. I lifted the hatch slowly. It resisted at first, then groaned with a sound that seemed to echo through the house like a moan of warning. Dust and musty air spilled out, carrying with it the scent of something old, decayed, and metallic. My stomach tightened. Below, a steep wooden ladder descended into darkness. The air rising from the opening was cold and damp, like a cellar untouched for decades. The dragging sound from above had stopped, replaced by a heavier, deeper silence, as if the house itself were holding its breath. I glanced at the woman. Her lips were pressed together, her eyes fixed on the darkness below. She nodded, as if to say, "We have to go down." I descended first, my flashlight cutting a narrow path into the blackness. The ladder groaned under my weight, and every movement felt magnified in the oppressive stillness. The woman followed, careful to keep her steps steady. Each rung we touched seemed to echo back up the ladder, carrying our presence into the unseen corners of the house. At the bottom, the flashlight revealed a room far larger than I had expected. The walls were lined with shelves, cupboards, and storage crates, all coated in years of dust. But the floor, and what lay upon it, immediately drew my attention and made me freeze in place. It was a collection of cages, small, cramped, and cruelly designed. Inside each one, figures, some awake, some unconscious, huddled together in the dim light. Their eyes, when they opened, were filled with a mixture of fear, desperation, and resignation. Couldn't breathe. The sheer scale of it, the realization of what had been kept hidden here, made my head spin. The woman beside me whispered, barely audible, They've been keeping them here for years." I swallowed hard. The dragging, the whispers, the careful, methodical control of the house above. It all made sense now. This wasn't just a random act of cruelty. This was organized, premeditated. Whoever had built this had done so with intent, with patience, with a terrifying understanding of fear. I scanned the room, noting the cages closest to the ladder. One contained a young girl, no older than 10, her eyes wide and unblinking. Another held a man, gaunt and pale, shaking slightly. Chains and ropes were strewn about, remnants of previous restraints. It was a gallery of suffering, curated and hidden away from the world above. The woman pressed closer to me. "We need to get them out," she whispered, her voice firm despite the tremor beneath it. Before, her words faltered, swallowed by the oppressive air. I nodded. Every instinct screamed to help, to rescue, but the enormity of the situation was staggering. I didn't even know where to start, and then I heard it, movement from above. The dragging sound had returned, deliberate and rhythmic, echoing down the ladder and through the floorboards of the hidden chamber. Something was coming, and whatever it was, it had been waiting for someone like me. Someone who would pry too deeply, who would try to interfere. I glanced at the woman again, and we shared a silent understanding. There was no choice now. The cages, the suffering, the hidden horrors. It all had to end tonight. But even as we prepared to act, the house seemed to shift around us, alive in a way that was impossible, watching, anticipating, and ready to punish any misstep. I took a deep breath, gripping the edge of the nearest cage. This was it. The moment that would define the night of delivery number 42. The moment we would either escape with our lives or be trapped here forever. And then, a sound from the far corner of the room made my blood run cold. A slow, deliberate, dragging step, moving closer, resonating through the floor, announcing the arrival of the unseen presence that had haunted the house since the beginning. The room felt suffocating, as if the walls themselves were pressing inward, pushing us toward the cages like prey toward a trap. The dragging sound from above grew louder, slower, deliberate, a rhythm that matched my racing heart. Every shadow seemed to twitch, to anticipate our next move. I turned to the woman beside me. Her eyes were sharp, alert, filled with a determination that steadied me. "We need a plan," I whispered, keeping my voice low. "We can't just rush them out, or we'll alert whoever's up there." She nodded. "We'll start with the closest cages," she whispered. "Get them free quietly, then guide them through the passage." Her calm, precise tone contrasted sharply with the fear clawing at my chest. She had been here before. She knew the layout, the dangers, the risks, and I realized I had to trust her instincts completely. I crouched beside the first cage, a young man inside, thin and trembling. The locks were old, rusted, and I struggled at first, the metal biting into my palms. The woman helped, guiding my hands to loosen the mechanism without making a sound. Finally, with a soft click, the door swung open. The man froze, then gave a barely perceptible nod, understanding the urgency. Step by step, we worked our way through the cages. Each opening revealed more suffering. The gaunt faces, the hollow eyes, the sheer exhaustion etched into every expression. Some whispered, some stared silently, all understanding that this was their only chance. All the while, the dragging sound continued, closer now, echoing off the walls, through the floorboards, reminding us that time was running out. My pulse thumped in my ears as I moved from cage to cage, unlocking, guiding, whispering reassurances I barely believed myself. We reached the young girl, the one no older than 10. She flinched at every movement, her small body trembling uncontrollably. I knelt beside her, trying to speak softly, calmly. "It's okay. We're here to get you out. You're safe now." Her eyes darted around the dark room, wide and frightened, then back at me. After a tense moment, she nodded slowly, letting me take her hand. I felt the weight of her trust, the responsibility pressing down like a physical force. The last cages were near the far wall, closest to the sound of dragging. Whoever or whatever was moving above was aware of our actions now. The rhythm of footsteps seemed almost synchronized with our movements, like a predator circling its prey. We reached the final cage. It contained an older man, gaunt, with eyes that had seen too much. He hesitated, fear etched into every line of his face. The woman beside me whispered encouragement, guiding him, calming him. I unlocked the door and motioned for him to follow us. He moved slowly, deliberately, aware that any misstep could be catastrophic. And then it happened. A loud crash from above, the dragging, the scraping, the sound of something heavy being thrown down the hallway. The floorboards shuddered under the force. My heart leapt into my throat. "We have to move. Now!" The woman hissed. I nodded, grabbing the girl's hand, guiding the freed captives toward the hidden passage. The narrow corridor was more oppressive than before, the shadows stretching and flickering as we moved. The dragging sound grew louder behind us, closer, almost deliberate. I glanced back. The dark doorway at the end of the hall had widened, shadows spilling into the passage. Whatever had been waiting above was coming for us. Every step we took now felt precarious, like walking on a knife's edge. We reached the narrow stairs leading back to the boarded-up hall, the woman guiding the group ahead while I stayed with the rear, watching, listening. The sound from above was relentless, echoing, bouncing, pressing in on us from all sides. And then I realized the truth. We couldn't just escape the room. Whoever had orchestrated this had prepared for intruders. They had anticipated someone like me, someone who would try to intervene. The house wasn't just hiding horrors. It was a trap, and we were caught squarely in its center. I swallowed hard, trying to steady my racing thoughts. The group ahead moved cautiously, carefully, unaware of the full extent of the threat closing in behind us. Every instinct screamed to push forward, to get them to safety. But the shadows, the dragging, the unseen presence, it all whispered a single terrifying truth. This night was far from over. We moved quickly but cautiously down the narrow hallway. The freed captives huddled close together, guided by the woman. My flashlight cut a swath of light through the darkness, illuminating dust, shadows, and the occasional scuff mark from years of hidden movement. Each step felt like it echoed across the entire house, though I knew the sound was nothing compared to what was coming. The dragging noise from above had grown into a relentless rhythm, accompanied by a low, grating scrape that made my skin crawl. Whoever or whatever was following us was no longer hiding. It had sensed our intrusion, and the intensity of its pursuit was unmistakable. "Keep moving," the woman whispered urgently. She led the group with remarkable poise, her knowledge of the house's layout guiding us like a map only she could read. I stayed behind, scanning for any obstacles, listening for the subtle shifts in the sounds above us. As we reached the first junction in the hallway, a sudden crash resounded from above. Something heavy had been thrown, maybe a piece of furniture, maybe a trap. The floorboards quivered, dust falling like rain around us. My heart leapt, adrenaline surging. One of the younger captives froze, terrified, but the woman nudged him forward gently yet firmly. "Keep going. You're safe now," she whispered. The words sounded hollow even to my ears, but I knew we had no time to pause. The hallway stretched endlessly. Shadows twisted unnaturally as my flashlight beam flickered, the low hum of tension pressing down on us. I could hear faint whispers of movement to my right, the scrape of feet, the subtle creak of floorboards, the dragging, relentless, closing in. Then the sound shifted, not just from above, but alongside us, faster now, as if the presence was splitting, approaching from multiple directions. Panic threatened to overwhelm me, but I forced myself to focus. The group ahead moved steadily, unaware of how close danger truly was. We turned a corner, and the passage opened into a larger foyer. Moonlight spilled through cracked windows, offering a faint, silvery illumination. It was the first time in what felt like hours that we could see more than a few feet ahead. Relief surged briefly, only to be replaced by renewed terror when the scraping sound intensified. Something moved across the upper balcony that overlooked the foyer, a shadow shifting unnaturally fast. My flashlight flickered again. I felt the woman brush my arm, urging me forward. "We can make it," she whispered, voice tight with tension. I pushed the adrenaline aside and focused on the task, guiding the captives to the nearest exit, keeping them calm, keeping them moving. Every second counted. Every shadow, every whisper, every scrape reminded me that the house had been designed to ensnare anyone who dared disturb its secrets. We reached the front door. It was locked, padlocked from the outside, rusted but sturdy. My heart sank. The woman cursed softly under her breath. "There's another way," she said, leading us to a side door, barely noticeable behind a tangle of overgrown vines visible through the moonlight. As we approached it, the scraping and dragging from above reached a deafening crescendo. I could feel the presence, just beyond sight, preparing to strike. My pulse throbbed in my ears. The woman turned to the group and hissed, "Out now!" One by one, we slipped through the narrow door into the cold night. The air was crisp, sharp, and tasted like freedom. But the sense of pursuit didn't end. I could still hear the dragging, slower now, deliberate, coming from inside the house. I glanced back. The windows of the house reflected moonlight, shadows dancing in patterns that were impossible, unnatural. Whoever had orchestrated this, whoever had kept these people imprisoned, was still inside, watching, waiting. We ran, stumbling over roots and debris, hearts hammering, lungs burning. Every step carried the risk of being caught, of turning a desperate escape into a nightmare. And as the house loomed behind us, silent again in the moonlight, I realized one terrifying truth. Delivery number 42 wasn't just a night of horrors. It was the beginning of a story that would haunt every one of us forever. The cold night air hit us like a shock as we burst through the side door. Relief surged briefly, only to be replaced by the stark realization that our escape was far from over. The property surrounding the house was overgrown, uneven, and treacherous. Roots and hidden debris snag at our feet, threatening to trip us with every step. The woman led the way, guiding the group through the darkness. Her knowledge of the surrounding land was apparent. Each turn, each hidden dip, she navigated instinctively. I stayed behind her, supporting the slower ones, whispering reassurances I barely believed myself. Every sound, the snapping of a branch, the rustle of leaves, the distant cry of an owl, seemed amplified, a reminder that we were not alone in the night. "Keep moving," she hissed. "Don't stop. Don't look back." I glanced behind us, and my stomach clenched. The house loomed in the distance, its dark windows like eyes watching our every move. I couldn't see anyone. No shadow, no figure. But I knew the presence inside hadn't let us go entirely. It was patient, waiting, lingering. We moved swiftly through the brush, slipping past fallen branches and thorny undergrowth. The freed captives stumbled occasionally, but the woman's calm guidance kept everyone moving. Their fear was palpable, an invisible weight pressing down on us all. Somewhere behind us, a faint scrape echoed through the trees, a sound that could have been the wind, or it could have been the house reaching for us one last time. My heart pounded. I didn't dare look. I focused instead on keeping the group together, on getting them to safety. After several tense minutes, we reached a gravel road, illuminated faintly by the pale glow of the moon. I could see houses in the distance, civilization, light, the promise of safety. The group's pace quickened, renewed by the sight of the familiar, but the sense of dread didn't lift. I knew the house and its secrets would linger in our minds forever. The dragging, the shadows, the cages, they weren't just memories. They were a warning. We reached a distant street lamp, the light washing over us, revealing the dirt-streaked faces of the captives. Their expressions were a mixture of disbelief, fear, and cautious hope. For the first time in hours, I allowed myself a deep breath, letting the night air fill my lungs. The woman whispered, "We're not safe yet. We need to get to the police. They'll know what to do." I nodded, understanding that the true danger wasn't the immediate escape. It was what would follow. Unraveling the truth, confronting the authorities, facing the reality of the horrors hidden in that house. And as we moved toward the distant lights of civilization, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was still watching us, patient, waiting. The house hadn't finished with us, but for now we ran. Every step, every breath, every heartbeat was a small victory, a defiance of the night's horrors. And I knew that even if we survived physically, the memory of delivery number 42 would haunt us forever. The distant glow of the town's lights never felt so welcoming. Each step toward them was like moving through a fog that had been pressing against my chest for hours. The road under our feet was solid, familiar, a stark contrast to the twisted corridors and shadowed rooms we had escaped. Yet, the weight of the night's horrors pressed on us, reminding me that safety was only an illusion until someone knew what had happened inside that house. The woman guided the group toward the nearest police station, her movements purposeful. I stayed behind the slower ones, my flashlight now swinging loosely at my side, unused except for brief glimmers into the darkness around us. The freed captives were quiet, their eyes wide, scanning the shadows around them as if the unseen presence might still be following. When we reached the police station, the first challenge presented itself: disbelief. The night shift officers were tired, overworked, and skeptical. A disheveled delivery driver, a traumatized woman, and a group of rescued individuals appearing out of the night. It sounded implausible. My voice trembled as I tried to recount everything, my words spilling too fast, too frantic, struggling to convey the gravity of what we had uncovered. The woman spoke calmly, precisely, describing the house, the hidden passage, the cages, every detail we could remember. Some of the officers exchanged uneasy glances, one muttering, "Are we talking about some abandoned building, or?" The fear in the woman's eyes silenced him immediately. She didn't need to argue. The weight of truth in her voice, the palpable terror in her presence, demanded acknowledgement. Finally, one of the older officers stepped forward, taking our statements seriously. "We'll get a team together. We'll investigate," he said, voice low but determined. He had seen enough in his career to know when a story was too precise to be fabricated. We were escorted back to the station to wait. The freed captives sat quietly in the dimly lit room, some clutching each other, others staring into the distance, reliving moments too painful to voice. The woman and I remained standing, exchanging silent glances. Neither of us spoke, words felt inadequate. And yet, as time passed, a creeping realization settled over me. Escaping the house was only the beginning. Its secrets were buried deep, and even in the presence of the authorities, the implications were staggering. Who had done this? How many had been trapped over the years? And what did the house itself represent? A place or a mechanism for something far more sinister? Then, the first sounds of commotion reached us from outside. Officers preparing to approach the house had radioed in. The building appeared empty, quiet, undisturbed. Nothing seemed amiss from the outside. Yet we knew the truth. Every shadow, every creak, every lingering presence inside that house told a different story. I felt a chill that wasn't from the night air. It was the realization that, despite our escape, the house and its horrors weren't finished with us. Whoever had orchestrated the cages, the dragging, the darkness, They had planned for every contingency. And even now, far from its walls, we weren't truly safe. The woman whispered again, barely audible. "They think it's over, but it's not." I nodded, understanding the unspoken truth. The authorities could investigate, document, and perhaps even bring some of the perpetrators to justice. But the experience, the fear, the raw confrontation with evil in its most calculated form, would linger in our minds forever. As the first police units approached the house, flashlights cutting through the darkness, I realized one inescapable fact. Delivery number 42 had changed everything. The night's horrors weren't confined to the walls of that boarded-up house. They had followed us, imprinted on our memories, etched into our very sense of reality. And though the survivors would find temporary relief in the presence of the authorities, none of us could shake the knowledge that true evil often hides in plain sight, patient, deliberate, and waiting for the next unsuspecting victim. The police approached the boarded-up house with caution, flashlights cutting arcs through the darkness, their radios crackling faintly with updates from the perimeter. I followed at a distance, keeping the survivors close behind, feeling the tension in the air coil tighter with every step. Even outside, the building loomed like a silent predator, its dark windows staring back at us with a weight that felt almost tangible. When the officers finally pried open the main entrance, the smell hit me immediately. Stale, moldy, metallic, and unmistakably human. The air seemed heavier here than it had felt during our escape, as if the house had been holding its breath, waiting for the intrusion. I clenched my fists, gripping the flashlight tightly, bracing myself for what the team would find. The first officers descended into the passageway and cellar. Their shouts and the clatter of equipment echoed off the walls, revealing the hidden horror in stark relief. The cages were still there, empty now, but every scratch on the walls, every scuff on the floorboards, every rusted lock told a story of years of suffering. The sheer scale of it made my stomach churn, my pulse quicken. I watched as investigators meticulously documented everything. They took photographs, collected samples, and whispered to each other in hushed, urgent tones. The woman and I hovered near the edge of the passageway, silent witnesses to a nightmare that had become reality. One officer called out, voice tight with disbelief, "There's more, under the floorboards." A team member lifted a section, revealing a hidden compartment. Inside were journals, handwritten notes, and photographs, evidence of the captives, their torment, and the meticulous planning that had gone into keeping them hidden. My stomach sank further as I read snippets. Lists of names, dates, instructions, and warnings. Every page screamed intention. Every note confirmed premeditation. The dragging sound we had heard for hours, likely remnants of mechanisms designed to terrify, to maintain control. The house itself a carefully orchestrated instrument of fear. I swallowed hard, realizing that what we had experienced firsthand was just a fraction of the calculated cruelty designed by the unknown perpetrator. The investigators moved slowly, as though they too felt the oppressive weight of the house. Every corner, every shadow, every hidden space revealed more. Cages, remnants of restraints, faded markings that hinted at previous horrors. Some of the officers looked pale, their faces betraying a mixture of disgust and disbelief. I caught the woman's eye. She shook her head slightly, whispering, "They don't understand. They have no idea how deep it goes." Her voice trembled, though she tried to keep her composure. I nodded, understanding perfectly. The evidence was being uncovered, yes, but the true terror, the psychological, the lingering, the intimate fear, was something no report could fully capture. As the night wore on, the team worked tirelessly. Every discovery added layers to the story. More cages, hidden rooms, evidence of repeated abductions. The house seemed to sigh with every revelation, the walls echoing the whispers of the past. And then, just as we thought the worst had been documented, an officer called out from the far corner of the cellar, "You need to see this." We hurried over, and my blood ran cold. Hidden behind a false wall was a room so meticulously concealed that it was invisible even to those who had explored the house for years. Inside were personal belongings, letters, photographs, items that tied the captives to the outside world. It was a reminder that these weren't just random victims. They were people stolen from lives, families, and futures, each meticulously cataloged in a horrifying archive of control. The room seemed alive in its silence, the accumulated weight of years pressing down on anyone who entered. I shivered, a deep, visceral chill that went beyond the night air. The house had revealed its darkest secrets, and yet it felt as though it had one final message. Evil often hides quietly, patiently, and only reveals itself to those who stumble too close. As the investigators continued their work, I couldn't shake the feeling that even now, outside in the open night, the house's presence lingered. Its shadow stretched beyond the walls, following us, haunting the edges of our vision. The dragging, the whispers, the meticulous cruelty. It had been unleashed, and it would never be forgotten. The sun was beginning to rise as we left the police station, the pale light washing over the town in a way that felt surreal after the long, harrowing night. The survivors moved quietly, their eyes hollow, faces etched with the lingering fear of what they had endured. I walked alongside them, my own body trembling, as if every step on solid ground reminded me of how fragile safety could be. Even in daylight, the shadows of the boarded-up house seemed to stretch far beyond its walls. The street looked ordinary, calm, and harmless, but I knew better. Behind that innocuous exterior had been a carefully orchestrated nightmare, one that had trapped innocent people for years, one that had thrived in the quiet, in the forgotten corners of the world. The authorities had already begun cataloging the evidence, preparing to dig deeper into the history of the house, the captives, and the person responsible. The house would be investigated, its dark secrets exposed to the light of law and scrutiny. And yet, knowing that offered little comfort. The horror we had witnessed wasn't something that could be erased with paperwork or arrests. It lingered in the air, in our minds, in every glance over our shoulders. The woman who had guided us out spoke softly to the group. "We're safe now for the moment," she said. "But you need to remember, this world can be darker than you imagine. Not everything hides in plain sight. Some things wait, patient and deliberate, until someone steps too close." I nodded silently, understanding the weight of her words. They were not threats, but truths, ones that I would carry forever. We eventually returned to the town center, where friends, family, and authorities gathered. The survivors were reunited with loved ones, but the joy was muted. Trauma has a way of shadowing even the happiest moments, and I could see it in their eyes, the deep, unshakable knowledge of what had happened in that house. And for me, the memory of the night would not fade. The dragging, the shadows, the cages, the hushed voices of those trapped in unimaginable fear, they were imprinted on my mind. Even now, as I recount this story, I can feel the cold touch of the iron handles, the weight of the locks, the oppressive darkness pressing down from the ceilings and walls. Delivery number 42. It began as a simple night, a routine job, a final order before going home. But it became something far more sinister, a glimpse into human cruelty hidden in plain sight, a reminder that danger and evil often exist in the quiet, in the unseen, waiting for someone to stumble into its grasp. I've returned to my life, but I am changed. Every shadow, every abandoned building, every locked door carries a twinge of caution. I can never fully forget the faces of those still haunted by the horrors within that house. I can never forget the dragging, the whispering presence, the calculated terror that lingered, patient and deliberate. Even now, as I speak these words, I know that some part of that house remains with me. Its echo will follow me, a reminder of what can happen when darkness hides in plain sight, waiting for the unsuspecting. And though the world moves on, the story of delivery number 42 remains, a tale of survival, of terror, of the invisible forces of cruelty that we are fortunate enough to escape, but not fortunate enough to forget. Good evening, and welcome back to Midnight Radio True Crime. I'm so glad you're here tonight. If you're listening to this, wherever you are, maybe lying in bed with the lights off, or watching the soft rain outside your window, I hope this story keeps you company and helps your mind drift quietly towards sleep. Tonight's story is a little different. It's quiet, ordinary at first, but the kind of story that reminds us how fragile our sense of identity really is. How something as simple as a name, a date, or a file can unravel a person's entire reality. So settle in. Let the night fall around you. And as always, let us know in the comments what city you're tuning in from tonight. We love hearing where our listeners are listening from. Now, imagine this. You're working late in a quiet library, the fluorescent lights buzzing overhead. You're surrounded by old police files, yellow paper, black ink, the smell of dust and time. And then you open one report that shouldn't exist, because it's about you. Here's her story.
My name is Claire Morrison. At least, I've always believed that's who I am. I'm 27 years old, a graduate student in criminology at Northfield University. For my thesis, I've been studying the patterns of missing persons cases across small towns in the early 2000s, how some vanish completely, how others quietly reappear years later with no explanation. It's grim work, but I've always been fascinated by how ordinary lives can disappear into paperwork. 3 months ago, I started visiting the county archives in Ridgefield, a quiet town about an hour from campus. The place was barely staffed. Just me, an old clerk named Dawn, and endless rows of files. The lights hummed. The floor creaked. Most days, it felt like the world outside had forgotten us. That night, the night everything changed, I was alone in the back room, reading through a folder labeled Unresolved, 2004 to 2006. I remember the smell of old paper and coffee that had gone cold hours ago. I flipped through one after another. Jane Doe, unidentified remains, runaway teens. Until I found one that made my stomach turn. It was titled Disappearance Report, Claire Morrison. At first, I thought it was some kind of coincidence. I even laughed a little. Weird, I said out loud to no one. But then I saw the details. Female, Caucasian. Height, 5 feet 6 inches. Brown hair, blue eyes. Birth date, March 17th, 1998. That's my birthday. Every single detail was mine. The report said I was last seen leaving a summer camp near Crescent Lake on July 12th, 2004. Missing. Presumed abducted. There was a photo attached, slightly blurred, printed from an old disposable camera. The girl in that picture looked exactly like me. Same eyes, same smile, but she was maybe 8 years old. I remember just staring at that photo, my hands shaking a little. My first thought was that someone was playing a joke, maybe Don, the archivist. But when I asked him, he just frowned. He'd never seen the file before. He even checked the database. No digital record of it existed, no barcode, no indexing number, nothing. Where did you find this? He asked. In box 47B, I told him. He looked confused. There is no box 47B, he said. That was when something cold ran down my spine. I left soon after. I told myself I'd deal with it in the morning. But when I came back the next day, the box was gone. Completely. The file, the photograph, everything. Don said he'd checked the logs. There was no record of me signing it out. No evidence it had ever existed. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept staring at the photo I'd secretly snapped on my phone before leaving the archive. The little girl's smile, my smile, felt like a mirror from another lifetime. And that's when I noticed something I hadn't seen before. In the background of the photo, behind the girl, was a shadow of a person. A man, tall, wearing a dark jacket. His face partly turned away, but his hand resting on the girl's shoulder. I zoomed in, but the photo started to blur. Still, one detail stood out clear as day. The man was wearing a silver watch, and I swear it looked exactly like the one my father still wears. I didn't mention the file to anyone for a few days. I told myself it was nothing. Maybe a clerical error, maybe some old, unsolved case with a similar name. But every time I looked at that photo on my phone, I couldn't stop thinking about the man's watch. It wasn't just similar to my father's. It was identical. Same silver casing, same dark leather strap, even a small scratch under the number 6 that I'd always noticed as a child. My father, Daniel Morrison, was a high school math teacher in our hometown of Auburn Falls. He'd worn that watch since I was little. It had been a gift from my late mother before she died in a car accident when I was 9. I didn't want to believe it, that he might somehow be in that photograph, but the thought wouldn't leave my mind. That weekend, I drove back home. The drive took 3 hours, and the whole way there, I rehearsed what I'd say. Something casual, something that wouldn't sound like an accusation. When I arrived, he was in the backyard, raking leaves. The November air was cool and still. He smiled when he saw me, just like he always did, and hugged me tight. It was strange, that warmth, because in that moment, all I could think about was the blurred figure in the photo, his hand resting on that little girl's shoulder. Over dinner, we talked about ordinary things: work, bills, the neighbor's new dog. I almost convinced myself to drop it entirely, but then I saw the watch on his wrist, glinting under the kitchen light, and I couldn't hold it back. "Dad," I said, trying to sound calm, "do you remember a place called Crescent Lake?" He looked up from his plate, his fork paused in midair. "Crescent Lake," he repeated. "Yeah, it was mentioned in an old file I found for my research." He smiled faintly. "That's up north, right? We used to go there when you were little. Camping trips." I nodded. "Yeah, I thought so." Then I showed him the photo on my phone. The second he saw it, the color drained from his face. He didn't say anything for a few seconds, just stared, his jaw tightening. "Where did you get this?" he asked quietly. "It wasn't a file," I said. "A missing persons report from 2004 for a girl named Claire Morrison." He didn't look away from the screen. Then, without a word, he stood up and walked to the sink, turning his back to me. I heard the faint sound of him breathing, slow, steady, like he was holding something back. "Claire," he said finally, still facing the window. "Some things from the past, you don't need to dig them up." My heart started pounding. "What does that mean?" He turned to me then, his face completely still. "It means not every file you find in some dusty cabinet has to make sense." "Dad, that's you in the photo." He didn't answer. He just looked at me a long, unreadable stare, and then he said, "It's late. You should get some sleep." That night, I lay awake in my childhood bedroom. The walls were covered in old posters, the same ones I'd had before college. I stared at the ceiling, trying to convince myself I was imagining things. Around 2 a.m., I got up for water. Passing my father's room, I noticed the light still on. The door was open just an inch, and I heard something, the faint crackle of a lighter, then his voice, low and tired. I peeked through the gap. He was sitting on the edge of the bed, holding an old shoebox in his lap. Inside were photographs, papers, and something metallic glinting in the lamplight. I stepped back before he could see me. The next morning, when I came downstairs, he was gone. His car wasn't in the driveway. The shoebox was nowhere in sight. But on the kitchen table, there was a single photograph, face down. When I turned it over, my stomach dropped. It was me or the little girl who looked like me standing in front of a cabin by the lake. And this time, there was no man behind her. Just one word, written in pen on the back. Found. I didn't go back to campus right away. I couldn't. The photo on the table, the one marked found, felt like a message, but I didn't understand what it meant. That morning, I sat in my car outside my childhood home for nearly an hour, staring at the house. The curtains in the living room were drawn, the front door locked. My father's car was still gone. I kept telling myself there had to be an explanation. Maybe he left early for work. Maybe it was all coincidence. But deep down, something felt broken. Around noon, I finally drove to the Ridgefield archives again. Don, the archivist, was there, half asleep at his desk. He perked up when he saw me. "Back again already?" he asked. "Yeah, I need to find something." He frowned when I mentioned the file again. "You sure you didn't mix up the box number?" "I'm sure," I said. 47B. He sighed and motioned toward the back. You can check, but that section's been cleared for years. Mold damage. I walked down the narrow aisle toward the back room. The air was colder there, and the light from the flickering bulbs barely reached the far shelves. Where box 47B should have been, there was an empty space, but taped to the metal shelf was a single label. It said property removed, author unknown. I stared at it for a long time. When I went back to Don to ask who author unknown might refer to, he was gone. His jacket was still on the chair, his coffee still steaming. But he wasn't there. That's when my phone buzzed. A new message. No number. Just unknown. It was a photo. The same cabin by the lake. But this time, I was standing in front of it, as I am now, 27 years old. I dropped my phone. For a second, I thought maybe it was an old picture I'd forgotten about. But then I noticed the details. The same clothes I was wearing today, the same jacket, same scarf, even the same car visible in the background. Someone had taken that photo less than an hour ago. I ran outside. The parking lot was empty except for my car and one white pickup parked near the exit. No one inside. I didn't think. I just got in my car and drove. For hours, I followed the old highway toward the north. The whole way, I kept replaying the word written on that first photo found. By sunset, I saw the road sign for Crescent Lake. The trees opened up to reveal the water. Dark, still, surrounded by cabins half hidden under the fog. Most looked abandoned, except for one. A single cabin had smoke rising from its chimney, the same one from the photos. I parked, stepped out slowly. The air smelled of pine and cold wood smoke. As I got closer, I saw something lying on the porch, a child's toy, half buried in the dirt. A small stuffed rabbit with one eye missing. I picked it up. It was damp from the morning dew. Then I heard it, a door creak. The cabin door was slightly open. Light flickered inside. And from somewhere deep within, a voice, faint, trembling, whispered my name. Claire. The voice was soft, almost like a breath, so quiet I couldn't tell if it came from inside the cabin or from somewhere behind me. I froze. My hands were shaking, the cold stuffed rabbit still in my grip. The forest around me was completely still. No wind, no insects, no sound except the faint creak of the open door. Then I heard it again. Claire. It was a woman's voice this time. Calm. Familiar in a way I couldn't place. I took a step forward. The wooden porch groaned under my shoes. Inside, the air smelled of damp wood and something faintly metallic, like rust or old blood. The interior was dim, lit by a single oil lamp on a small table. The walls were lined with photos. Hundreds of them. Most were of me. Different ages, school photos, candid shots, even a few I'd taken myself in college. Pictures I'd never posted anywhere. I could feel my pulse in my throat. I reached for one on the wall. A photo of me as a teenager, maybe 16, sitting on the hood of my father's car. Someone had written in the corner with red ink, Year 11. On the table beneath the lamp was a small recorder, the old cassette kind, and a stack of police reports, all with my name. I pressed the play button. There was a click, and then the same woman's voice spoke, the one that had called my name. If you're hearing this, she said, it means you've found the cabin. It means you've remembered. I stood there, frozen. My heart was racing. I don't know how much he told you, the voice continued, but none of it was real. Not your name, not your records, not your childhood. You were part of the project. You were never supposed to know. I stopped the tape. My hands were trembling so badly I could barely keep hold of the recorder. Behind me, a floorboard creaked. I spun around. Someone was standing in the doorway. The light from outside fell across his face, and my breath caught in my chest. It was my father. He looked exhausted, his face pale, his eyes sunken. He didn't look surprised to see me. Claire, he said quietly, stepping inside. You weren't supposed to find this place. I felt my throat tighten. What is this? What project? He shook his head. You need to leave. I'm not leaving until you tell me the truth. He sighed, set something down on the table. That same shoebox I'd seen him holding the other night. Inside were more photographs. All of the children. All of them with names scratched out. except one. Claire Morrison. He looked at me then, and his voice broke slightly. You were one of 7. The cabin was silent, except for the faint hiss of the oil lamp and the distant ripple of the lake outside. I could feel my pulse pounding in my ears, my body trembling, but I forced myself to stay. My father, Daniel Morrison, stood near the table, his hands pressed flat against the wooden surface, eyes fixed on the floor. He looked older than I remembered, gaunt in a way that made him almost unrecognizable. The man I had grown up calling Dad was here, but somehow not entirely. You need to understand something, he said finally, his voice low and deliberate. What you think your life has been, it's only half the story. The rest was taken from you. I felt my stomach twist. Taken from me? What does that mean? Dad, what are you talking about? He took a deep breath, rubbing his temples with one hand. You weren't supposed to remember. Not fully. Not yet. You were part of something called Project Lumen. A study, an experiment. When you were 8 years old, you were enrolled without knowing it. It was supposed to help children like you in theory. In practice, it was far more complicated than we ever imagined. I felt like the floor had shifted beneath me. My mouth opened, but no sound came out. My hands tightened around the stuffed rabbit, pressing it into my chest like a lifeline. You were part of 7 children, he continued, voice barely above a whisper. All of you had certain abilities, patterns in behavior, memory retention, things that could be measured and controlled. The organization, I wasn't just a father. I was part of it. I had to help. I had to guide it from the inside. I never imagined it would come back to haunt me like this. I sank into a chair, my mind racing. 7 children. Patterns. Abilities. I whispered, voice cracking. Dad, are you saying I wasn't supposed to grow up normally? That my life was fake? He shook his head. Not fake. Altered. Observed. We tried to protect you in the best way we knew, but everything had a purpose. Even your forgetfulness. You were supposed to forget. The reports, the photographs, the files, they were meant to be sealed, never found. But someone else in the project, they broke protocol. They left traces. That's why you found the archive files, the photo marked found. That's why you were drawn back here. I leaned back, staring at the cabin walls, my head spinning. The photographs lining the walls seemed to stare back at me, each one a silent accusation. My own face appeared again and again, frozen at ages I didn't remember living. You think this is a story? I said finally, my voice trembling, like some old case file or a conspiracy. But it's my life, my childhood, my memories. He stepped closer, eyes heavy with something between guilt and fear. Claire, I'm sorry. I never wanted you to know. Not like this. You weren't supposed to discover it until years later, when you could process it. I kept you safe, even if I had to lie to do it. I pressed my hands against my temples, trying to steady my thoughts. Safe? Safe doesn't mean hiding the truth from your own daughter. Safe doesn't mean leaving me with a photo and a note that says, found. Safe doesn't mean pretending my life is this. He flinched at my words, but said nothing. Instead, he motioned toward the shoebox on the table. You need to see this. You need to understand what happened before you can really know who you are. I hesitated, but stepped forward. I opened the box carefully. Inside were files, each labeled with a child's name. Medical records, school reports, even video recordings on old camcorder tapes. One file was thicker than the others. Claire Morrison. My file. I opened it. My childhood. All of it. Written down in meticulous detail. My milestones, my fears, my dreams. Everything observed, measured, categorized. Notes about my reactions to stress, to joy, to pain. Some notes were so specific it was like the person had been inside my head. At the bottom of the box was an envelope. Inside, a single piece of paper, a photograph of me at 8 years old, the same photo from the archive. But in this one, the man behind me was fully visible. My father. The same silver watch glinting under the light. And scribbled across the back in neat handwriting. Protect her, until she can know. I felt my hand shake. Protector? I whispered. All this time it was you? He nodded. Yes, but not entirely. There were others. People with power. People who wanted the study to succeed at any cost. Some of them wanted to use you. Others wanted to control the narrative. I had to shield you. And somehow you remembered. Found. You've been finding your way back to the truth all on your own. I sank into a chair, staring at the wall of photos. And the others? The other children? They're out there, he said quietly. Some found safe. Some lost. The project ended years ago, but the traces remain. And now you've stumbled back into the web. You need to be careful. People still watch. People still track. That's why the files, the photos, everything, it resurfaced. I pressed my hands into my face. I don't understand. Why me? Why now? Because you've always had the ability to see patterns, he said, to notice the traces they left. That's why they couldn't leave you entirely alone. They underestimated you. I felt a chill run through me. Not just the cold air of the cabin, but something heavier. The weight of a life I didn't remember living fully, yet somehow still recognized. And now, he said, his voice trembling, you have a choice. You can walk away. Pretend you never found this. Pretend the past isn't real. Or you can follow it. Piece it together. Find the other children. Discover what they did and who they really are. I looked at him, and for the first time, I realized something terrifying. My life, everything I thought I knew, was only a fraction of the story. The rest lay out there, waiting for me to find it. I didn't move. I didn't speak. My mind spun with every possibility, every danger, every unanswered question. And then I knew I couldn't turn back. Not now. Not ever. Because the cabin, the photograph, the files, they weren't just relics of the past. They were a map. And I had no choice but to follow it. The door handle rattled slowly, methodically, like a metronome counting down my last moments of calm. My father's grip on my wrist was firm, almost desperate, and I could feel the tension radiating from him like electricity. Every instinct in my body screamed to run, to scream, to fight, but I stayed frozen, knowing it wouldn't help. Claire, my father whispered, stay close to me. Don't make a sound. I nodded, barely breathing. The shadows from the oil lamp danced across the cabin walls, twisting the photographs into faces that seemed to leer at me. The air was thick and heavy, almost tangible, pressing down on my chest with each inhale. I could hear the faint crunch of gravel outside the porch, the soft murmur of voices, low and almost indistinguishable, but unmistakably human. The handle turned again, more forcefully this time, and the door creaked open just a few inches. A flashlight beam pierced the darkness of the cabin, sweeping across the walls and glinting off the edges of the photographs. My heart thumped painfully against my ribcage, threatening to break free. A voice called out, calm, professional, chilling in its casual authority. Claire Morrison, it said, crisp and deliberate. We know you're in there. Come out. No one will get hurt if you cooperate. My father's hand tightened around mine. Do not answer, he hissed. The beam of light moved again, landing on my father first. I saw the faint outline of a firearm in the other person's hand, partially obscured by the flashlight. My father's face hardened. He grabbed my shoulders, almost shaking me in urgency. They can't know what we know, he said. If they see you panic, it's over. I forced myself to swallow. My voice caught somewhere between terror and disbelief. Who are they? He shook his head. Project Eden. They weren't done with us. They've never been done. Another shuffle outside. The van door slammed shut with a dull thud, and I could hear footsteps crunching through the underbrush toward the cabin. My father moved toward the back door, silently gesturing for me to follow. I hesitated, but the sound of the front door handle rattling again made my decision for me. We slipped through the small hallway, stepping lightly across the wooden floorboards, which groaned ominously under our weight. My mind raced. If we could reach the back, we might make it to the tree line. We might get away. But the rational part of me, the part trained by years of surviving minor crises on the road, knew it wasn't that simple. The front door creaked open fully, and a beam of light stabbed across the living room, illuminating the scattered photographs, the shoebox, the cassette player. The air smelled faintly of damp pine and gun oil. I caught a glimpse of a pair of boots, perfectly polished despite the forest dirt outside. Claire Morrison, a male voice barked. Step away from him. Now. I froze, feeling my father's arm tighten around mine. His face was pale, but his eyes burned with a mixture of fear and determination. Go, he whispered. Now. Don't hesitate. I nodded, and we darted toward the back. My father kicked open the small kitchen door, revealing a narrow path between the cabin and the lake. The trees were dense, their branches low, scraping our arms and faces as we ran. The sound of footsteps echoed behind us, punctuated by sharp commands. I tripped over a root, landing hard on the damp forest floor. Pain shot up my leg, but my father grabbed my hand and pulled me upright. Keep moving, he urged, his voice tense but calm. We ran toward the water's edge, the forest giving way to the rocky shoreline. The van was visible now, parked at the far end of the clearing, its headlights sweeping across the trees like searching eyes. I could see shadows moving inside, figures scanning the forest, rifles in hand. Claire, my father said, stopping for a moment behind a large boulder. He pointed to a small dock, half submerged and rotting with age. We can use the dock. Jump in the lake. They'll hesitate to follow. It's our only chance. I swallowed, the cold fear making my stomach churn. The water looked black, impenetrable, and freezing just from the night air. Dad, we could drown. He shook his head. It's better than what they'll do if they catch us. Trust me. We sprinted the last few meters. My boots slipped on the wet wood, and I nearly fell, but my father grabbed my arm and steadied me. The dock creaked violently under our weight, threatening to give way at any second. I could hear the voices from the forest behind us, shouting, the beam of a flashlight swinging dangerously close. Now, he shouted. We jumped. The icy water closed over me instantly, stealing my breath and numbing my body. Panic surged, but I kicked against it, following my father as we swam toward the far edge of the lake. Branches scratched our arms and faces, but the cold forced me to focus, to move, to survive. I surfaced briefly, gasping. My father was ahead, leading the way toward a small cove barely visible in the moonlight. I followed, every stroke a fight against the cold and my terror. Behind us, the shouts had stopped, but that didn't mean we were safe. We reached the shallow edge of the cove, pulling ourselves onto the wet ground. My legs trembled uncontrollably, and I sank to my knees, coughing and shivering. My father crouched beside me, scanning the lake behind us. They won't give up, he said quietly. They never do, but we've got a head start. We can disappear, for now. I tried to speak, but my voice caught. Finally, I whispered, Who are they? Why me? Why now? He looked at me, eyes heavy with guilt and exhaustion. Because you remembered. They didn't expect that. You've always been stronger than they realized. That's why they came back. And that's why we can't stop now. We have to find the others before they find us. I looked around the cove. The night was quiet, eerily calm after the chaos. The cold seeped into my bones, but a new resolve began to grow inside me. I couldn't go back. I couldn't ignore what I discovered. Somewhere in the shadows, I knew the other 6 children were out there. Like me, like pieces of a puzzle scattered across the country. And I had to find them, because if I didn't, Project Eden would continue to control us from the shadows. And I couldn't let that happen. The forest was silent now, too silent. But I didn't care. I had a mission, and I was ready to face whatever came next. We stayed by the lake until the sun began to rise, crouched behind the thick reeds, shivering and silent. My father kept his eyes fixed on the opposite shore, scanning for movement, for headlights, for anything. But the forest remained still, blanketed in fog that drifted over the water like smoke. When I could finally feel my hands again, I spoke, my voice hoarse from the cold. Where do we go now? He didn't answer right away. His face was gray and drawn, his breath visible in the chill morning air. There's a storage shed near the old highway, he said finally. I left supplies there years ago in case this ever happened. I stared at him. You've been preparing for this? He gave a bitter smile. When you steal something from people like them, you don't ever stop preparing. We moved cautiously through the trees, avoiding the main trails. Every twig snap made me jump. Every gust of wind felt like a warning. My body was exhausted, but adrenaline kept me upright. After what felt like hours, we reached a narrow dirt road. On the other side stood a rusted shed, half covered in ivy. My father pushed the door open and ushered me inside. The smell of oil and metal hit me immediately. Old tools, gasoline, dust. Inside, he uncovered a small metal trunk from beneath a tarp. When he opened it, I saw maps, notebooks, and a stack of faded photos, the same kind of Polaroids I'd seen in the cabin. Only these weren't of me. There were 6 of them. 6 children. He spread them out on the floor, his hands shaking slightly. Each one was labeled the same way, a name, a year, and a number. Subject 01, Lucas Gray, 1997. Subject 02, Anna Rhodes, 1998. Subject 03, Miles Avery, 1998. Subject 05, Naomi Wells, 2000. Subject 06, Aaron Blake, 2000. Subject 07, Leah Chun, 2001. I stared at the faces, some smiling, some crying, some staring blankly into the camera. They all looked normal, ordinary, but behind their eyes, there was something else, a kind of stillness I couldn't describe. Where are they now? I asked quietly. He hesitated. Most of them vanished. Some right after I took you. They went into witness protection, or what passed for it. I only managed to keep track of one, Anna Rhodes. She was relocated to a small town in Oregon, changed her name, tried to build a life. I looked up at him. Then we go to her. He frowned. It's not that simple. If they're monitoring you, they're monitoring her too. If we make contact. She deserves to know, I said firmly. They all do. He sighed, rubbing a hand over his face. You sound just like your mother. That word hit me like a stone. My mother? He froze, realizing what he'd said. I shouldn't have. No, y presa. You said I didn't have one. That everything was fabricated. He sat down on the floor, suddenly looking decades older. You did have one. The woman in charge of your conditioning, Dr. Evelyn Rhodes. She was the architect of Project Eden. She designed the protocols, the tests, the memories. But she grew attached to you. Too attached. When I took you, she didn't stop me. She covered for us. Then she disappeared. I felt the world tilt slightly. Rhodes. You mean Anna Rhodes? He looked up at me. Her daughter. For a second, I couldn't speak. The pieces clicked together too fast. The connection between the names, the dates, the strange familiarity I felt when I saw the photo labeled Anna Rhodes. She's out there, I said softly. Dr. Rhodes' daughter. One of the 7. He nodded slowly. And maybe the only one who knows what her mother was really doing. I stood up, pacing the shed. The light filtering through the cracks in the wall painted thin lines across the floor, slicing through the darkness like prison bars. We find her, I said, tonight. He didn't argue this time. He just packed the maps, the photos, and a few small cans of fuel into a duffel bag. By the time we reached the truck parked a few miles away, the sun was fully up, burning through the fog. The old engine coughed, but started on the 3rd try. We drove in silence for hours, the forest thinning into open road. I watched the landscape pass by, endless stretches of pines and telephone poles. My reflection in the window didn't even look like me anymore. At one point, my father reached over and turned on the radio, maybe out of habit. Static filled the air, then a faint voice broke through, a female news anchor. The local authorities are investigating an apparent fire outside Clearwater. No survivors have been confirmed. The property is believed to belong to retired government contractor Henry Morrison. He slammed the radio off. I stared at him. They burned it. His jaw tightened to erase everything. The reports, the evidence, the tape. A chill ran through me. Then they know we're alive. He nodded, and they won't stop until we're not. For the rest of the drive, we didn't speak. My thoughts spun in circles, looping back to that one question. Why me? By nightfall, we reached a small gas station on the outskirts of a forgotten town. The kind of place with one pump and a flickering sign. My father parked behind the building and handed me a small piece of paper. It was an address. Scrawled hastily, barely legible. Anna's last known location, he said. If she's still there, she'll know something. But you have to be careful. If they've already found her. He didn't finish. I stared at the address. The town name was faded, but I recognized it, Kellers Point, Oregon. The lights of the gas station buzzed faintly, insects circling in lazy patterns. The world felt smaller than ever. I folded the paper and tucked it into my jacket pocket. Then we go to Kellers Point. He looked at me, his eyes tired but proud. You sure you're ready for what you'll find there? No, I admitted, but I need to know. Outside, the wind had picked up again, carrying the faint scent of smoke from somewhere far away. Maybe it was from a fire. Maybe it wasn't. But either way, I knew this was only the beginning. The drive to Kellers Point was long, winding through narrow highways flanked by dense forests. Twilight had settled over the landscape by the time we arrived, turning the pines into towering silhouettes that seemed to loom over us like silent sentinels. My father navigated the roads with quiet precision, his hands gripping the steering wheel so tightly that I imagined the leather would creak under the pressure. I tried to calm myself. Every mile brought a mix of anticipation and dread, the kind that makes the stomach knot while your heart races at the same time. I kept thinking about Anna Rhodes, the first of the 7 children I would try to find, and the possibility that she had already disappeared again, swallowed by the same system that had haunted me my entire life. Finally, we rolled into Kellers Point. The town was small, bordering on sleepy, with a few scattered streetlights casting halos over cracked asphalt. There were no signs of life in the narrow streets. The air smelled faintly of salt and wood smoke. My father pulled the truck into a parking lot behind a diner that looked abandoned, its neon sign flickering weakly. This is as close as we get by vehicle, he said. We walk from here. I followed him down the cracked sidewalk, trying not to make any noise. Every shadow seemed alive, every window a pair of eyes waiting to report our presence. My father kept glancing over his shoulder. If anyone from Eden is in town, they'll be watching, he whispered. We reached a small, 2-story house at the far end of the street. According to the paper he had given me, this was Anna's last known address. The windows were dark, but the curtains were drawn as if to hide the inside from prying eyes. I stepped closer, my breath misting in the cool night air. Something felt off. The front door had been forced open. Splintered wood clung to the frame, and the lock hung uselessly. My father's face grew pale. She's gone, he said softly. I stepped back, heart hammering. But how when? He shook his head. Doesn't matter. Whoever came for her didn't leave anything behind. No sign, no struggle, just gone. I stared at the broken door, the faint outline of the welcome mat beneath it. The way it had been disturbed suggested she had left in a hurry or been taken. My stomach churned, and for a moment I was paralyzed. Then I noticed something on the doorstep, a single photograph taped to the splintered wood. My hands shook as I picked it up. It was Anna, or at least it had been Anna. She looked older, maybe 25, but her eyes were unmistakable, wide, haunted, alert. Someone had written across the bottom in black marker, "You're next." I dropped the photo. My fingers trembled uncontrollably. My father grabbed it, staring at it for a long time in silence. "They know you're here," he said finally. "They always do." The wind picked up, rustling through the trees and carrying a faint metallic scent. I shivered, not just from the cold. Why? Why me? I whispered. "Because you remember," he said. "They thought they erased it all. But you weren't supposed to be able to trace the others. You were the anomaly. I looked up at him, trying to process the weight of it all. 7 children, taken, observed, controlled. And now, one missing again. Anna's disappearance wasn't a coincidence. We moved carefully inside the house. The place was sparse, a single sofa, a coffee table, and a small kitchen to the side. Nothing appeared out of place, yet everything screamed that someone had been there recently. A faint scent of lavender lingered in the air, masking something else underneath. Antiseptic, maybe blood, maybe nothing at all. On the kitchen counter, we found a small notebook, open to a page filled with frantic handwriting. My father picked it up and read aloud. "They're coming. I can feel it. I can't stay. They'll erase me. They'll erase us all. If anyone finds this to run." My stomach dropped. Anna had known the threat was coming. She had tried to warn someone, anyone. I ran my fingers over the words, the shaking almost unbearable. My father's hand rested on my shoulder, steadying me. "She left a trail," he said. "A breadcrumb. She wants you to follow it." I looked around the dimly lit kitchen. The walls were bare except for a single painting, an abstract swirl of gray and black. But in the corner of the frame, barely noticeable, was a small symbol scratched into the wood, a triangle enclosing a circle. I recognized it immediately. Eden's mark. "They're close," my father said quietly. "We need to move. Now." I nodded, my resolve hardening. We couldn't stay in Keller's Point. Not with them watching. Not with Anna already gone. We packed what we could into a backpack, the notebook, the photograph, and a few essentials from the kitchen. Every creak of the floor sounded like an alarm in my ears. As we stepped back into the night, I looked toward the horizon. The town was quiet, deceptively calm. But I knew better. The people behind Project Eden were everywhere, always a step ahead, always watching. And yet, for the first time, I felt something else, purpose. Anna Rhodes had left a trail, a breadcrumb path leading to something bigger, to answers, to the other children, to the truth about Project Eden. We followed the dim glow of the streetlights toward the edge of town, where the forest swallowed the road and the shadows grew thick. Somewhere out there, Anna was waiting, or at least, her disappearance was pointing us toward the next clue. And I knew, deep in my bones, that the next step could either save her, or lead me straight into the same trap that had swallowed her. The night closed in around us, dense and cold. Every step we took echoed like a heartbeat in the darkness. And somewhere in the shadows, I felt it, a presence, watching, calculating, waiting. They were close, and they weren't going to let me reach Anna without a fight. The forest outside Keller's Point felt alive as we stepped into it. Shadows stretched long between the pines, and every rustle of leaves made me flinch. The night air was sharp, carrying the scent of damp earth and pine resin. My father moved ahead, silent, like a predator navigating his territory. I followed closely, my heart hammering with a mixture of fear and anticipation. We were tracing Anna's trail, starting with the small markings she had left in the notebook. Lines connecting names, dates, and locations, cryptic, but intentional. Whoever had taken her knew she was trying to communicate something, and every step we took brought us closer to understanding. The path led us to a narrow stream. My father stopped, peering across the water. "The bridge washed out," he said quietly. "We'll have to wade through." The water was icy, biting at my ankles, seeping through the fabric of my shoes. Every step made my muscles tense. I could hear faint footsteps on the other side, though it was impossible to tell if they were real or just echoes carried by the forest. We emerged on the other side, soaked and shivering, and my father crouched behind a fallen log, scanning the shadows. "There," he whispered, pointing to a faint light flickering between the trees. "She left a signal. Someone's alive, or was, very recently." We moved carefully toward it, every branch snapping underfoot sounding like a gunshot. The light came from a small cabin tucked deep in the woods, barely visible through the thick undergrowth. Smoke rose from a chimney, thin and steady, the smell of burning wood drifting toward us. My father held up a hand. "Stay quiet. We don't know who's inside yet. I press myself against a tree, the rough bark biting into my palms. My stomach twisted with a mixture of fear and hope. This could be Anna, or it could be one of Eden's agents waiting for us. We circled the cabin, scanning for any signs of movement. The door was slightly ajar, and inside, faint shadows shifted. My father gestured for me to stay back while he crept forward. I held my breath, straining to hear anything. Then I heard it, a soft, desperate whisper. "Claire, please." My heart stopped. I rushed forward without thinking, tripping over a root, but my father caught me. We slipped inside the cabin together. Anna Rhodes was there, or what was left of her composure. She was tied to a chair.